Satukan tekad bersama, padukan langkah, bawa bangsa menuju garis depan. Raih cita rajut asa, sing-singkan lengan, tingkatkan inovasi, unggulan berprestasi. Semua demi keluhuran bangsa, masyarakat adil makmur sejahtera. Laksanakan pendidikan dengan semangat pengabdian, ciptakan kehidupan gemilang. Telkom University, kebanggaan Pertiwi, maju dengan karya, berperan bagi bangsa, bagi Indonesia, bagi dunia. Telkom University, sinergi bangun negeri, maju dalam ilmu pengetahuan. Satukan tekad bersama, padukan langkah, bawa bangsa menuju garis depan. Raih cita rajut asa, sing-singkan lengan, tingkatkan inovasi, unggulan berprestasi. Semua demi keluhuran bangsa, masyarakat adil makmur sejahtera. Laksanakan pendidikan dengan semangat pengabdian, ciptakan kehidupan gemilang. Telkom University, kebanggaan Pertiwi, maju dengan karya, berperan bagi bangsa, bagi Indonesia, bagi dunia.
Lecturers and all of our students. I hope we are all in good health and the protection of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Let's pray together with bowing our heads and sincere intentions. May Allah have mercy on us, give us good ending and grant our prayers. Al-Fatihah. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-Rahmanir-Rahim. Maliki I hope we are all in good health and protection of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Together we bowing our heads and sincere intentions. May Allah wa ala alihi on ashabi ajma'in. Allahumma anta rabbi la ilaha illa anta khalaqtani wa ana abduka wa ana ala ahdika wa adika mastata'tu a'udzu bika min syarri ma sana'tu abu'u laka bi ni'matika wa alqu bi dhanbi farfirli fa innahu la yaghfiru dzunuba anta. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, today in this place we would like to hold the opening of the 8th Bandung Creative Movement by asking for your blessing and permission so that even in success and runs well. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, bless all our steps, our action, make it all a value of worship and the value of knowledge that it is beneficial to us. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, make our students become pious, obedient servants to you, be devoted to parents. Make our students have good character, polite and friendly, worthwhile with boldness, blessed in charity, valuable for the nation, our society, and our religion. Ya Allah, jadikanlah dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamu ala mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, next, let us welcome Mr. Hanif Azhar as the chairman of Bandung Creative Movement 2021 to give a speech. Without further ado, please welcome Mr. Hanif.
Okay. The Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, the Rector of Telkom University, the Dean of School of Creative Industries, all keynote speakers from 5 different continents, distinguished authors and guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Creative City Bandung of Indonesia through virtual conference, the 8th Bandung Creative Movement. First, allow me to thank the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, which coming to give keynote speech in BCM 2021. The Telkom University Rector, Mr. Adi Wijaya, all deans and directors that I couldn't mention one by one, and all keynote speakers who will present their innovative speech to level up creative industries ahead. I hope this conference will be very successful. I hope that we will work in a spirit of teamwork, mutual understanding, and common approach. The committee will always be at your service. We will spare no effort to help overcome any obstacles. Our door is always open, just as our mind is open to new ideas and approach. I hope today's event will inspire ideas and discussion around the way and makes a new finding in the near future. Thank you again, and I wish us all a successful conference.
Thank you, Mr. Hanif, for the brief speech. For the second speech, Mr. Muhammad Nail L. Hilman, Master of Science, Deputy Head of the Digital Economy and Creative Products, to give some words for our event. Ladies and gentlemen, please kindly welcome Muhammad Nail L. Hilman.
Thank you. Professor Dr. Haji Adi Wijaya, SSI, MSI, Rector of Telkom University, Dr. Roro Retno Wulan, SOS, MPD, Dean of Faculty of Creative Industry, Mr. Hanif Azhar, MSc, Chairman of the BCM 2021, and to all speakers and distinguished participants of the 8th Bandung Creative Movement 2021. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sehat, salam Indonesia maju penuh semangat. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Faculty of Creative Industry for holding an international conference on creative industry for environment. Advanced Society 5.0 in post-pandemic era. I strongly believe that this is the result of the hard work of all members of the Faculty of Creative Industry of Telkom University. We hope you are all in good health in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. Even though it is carried out in the pandemic, it does not mean that this event has less quality. Distinguished participants, Indonesia is one of the countries with the highest creative economy GDP in the world. In fact, it's ranked number 3 in terms of the contribution to national GDP behind US and South Korea. Based on Focus Economy Outlook 2020, the creative economy sector contributed more than 1.1 quadrillion rupiah to Indonesia gross domestic product throughout 2020. This data is a proof that the creative economy sector is able to survive in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. The era of Society 5.0 itself is complementary to the Industrial Revolution 4.0, where many people assume that Industry 4.0 will use high-tech machine that will reduce the amount of work done by human labor. Society 5.0 is expected to create new values through the development of advanced technology that can reduce the gap between human and economic problem in the future. Society 5.0 shows the urgency of digital transformation of many economy sectors. And according to Google and Indonesia economy in 2019 reached US 40 billion US dollar, or approximately 560 trillion Indonesian rupiah, with a projection to be 130 billion US dollar, or 1.8 quadrillion rupiah in 2025. Today, Indonesia is the largest contributor to digital economy in South Asia with a value more than 40%. This is supported by the existence of our 5 unicorn startups from Indonesia out of 12 startup unicorn in Southeast Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, digital economy ecosystem consists of talents. I have to emphasize this: talent, digital talent especially, and creative talents. A culture, because we base our creative economy, one of the base of our creative economy is, of course, our heritage, cultural heritage. And then, of course, IP-based product, intellectual property-based products. And then access to finance. And we do need infrastructures and technologies to support our digital economy ecosystem. A regulation, of course, coming out from the government. And there's a regulation supposed to be more to drive to support the ecosystem. And of course, markets. And nowadays, when we are talking about market, we are not talking about domestic or international market, rather than we talk about offline and online market. The Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Kemenparekraf, continue to strive and strengthen the digital economy ecosystem through various programs. And some of them are Baparekraf for Startup, or BACkup, a program that is specifically designed to create quality startup through incubation, training, coaching, as well as networking professional. Aircraft Developer Day, or BDD, a program to bridge developers with the techno platform in order to develop digital, especially in subsector as well as game development. And we also have within that realm, Baparekraf Digital Talent, an expert class facilitation program for digital developer, especially for Android web-based to increase their capacity and quality through industry standards. And then we also have Baparekraf Game Prime, an expo for game developer to improve the quality of Indonesian game developer, to exchange of knowledge with international game developer and industry player. This program is also an exhibition for game developer to increase exposure to the local games, I'm sorry. And the other one is Baparekraf Digital Innovation Lab, a program for all creative economy actors from 17 subsectors, providing digital transformation for creative economy actors who have participated in incubation in 5 super priority destinations. Kemenparekraf also act actively in supporting small and medium enterprises, SMEs, and creative economy actors in terms of right now facing the challenges of global competition through incubation and facilitation program, such as the other one is Baparekraf Entrepreneurship, appreciation of Indonesian creation, apresiasi kreasi Indonesia, proud for Indonesian made goods, bangga buatan Indonesia, bedakan, bergerak, and more programs. We believe that digitalization in the business process is the key for those SMEs in order to be able to level up or to scale up their businesses, as well as gaining the investor funding, as well as to compete on a global level. To this event, we hope that collaboration and partnership in accelerating digital transformation in Indonesia, it can be done by utilizing social media as place for branding and marketing product in the digital world, or by onboarding to existing marketplaces. We should all improve customer satisfaction derived from shopping experience on those e-commerce platforms. Lastly, we would like to say thank you thank you to the Faculty of Creative Industry, Telkom University, for holding this event. And we hope our collaboration in developing the creative industry by the use of technology in Indonesia can be matched in the near future. And for those participants, I would like to congratulate you for having a good and fruitful discussion in this event. Thank you. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mr. Muhammad Neil Himan, for your encouraging words. Now, before we continue, we would like to capture our memory together with him. So, all participants, we would like to invite you to turn on your video camera, and our committee will take our picture together. Okay, are you ready? Okay, we'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, committee, are we good? Second. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next. 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Again, there's a lot of 1, 2, 3. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Are you good? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for your participation. Thank you so much.
Okay, and next for the third speech, we are inviting Professor Dr. Haji Adiwijaya, Master of Science, as Director of Telkom University, to deliver the welcoming remark. Professor Dr. Haji Adiwijaya, please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, keynote speakers, distinguished Vice Rector, Deans and Vice Deans, all directors of Telkom University, all participants and guests, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, let us praise and gratitude to the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His blessing, we can attend this event in healthy condition in the middle of COVID-19 pandemic. I'm delighted to welcome you this morning to the 8th International Conference of Bandung Creative Movement 2021. Thank you for being here and for bringing your energy, ideas, and expertise. Bandung Creative Movement is an annual event held by Faculty of Creative Industry since 2013. The theme of this year's conference is Creative Industry for Environment and Advanced Society 5.0 in post-pandemic era. With the sub-themes Sustainable Cities and Communities, Art and Design, Recontextualization, Indigenous Culture, Change and Dynamic in the Creative Industries. By this conference, I hope it can improve the quantity and quality of international publication. And I expect it can be a media exposure and to be an opportunity to establish cooperation with local and foreign institutions, to provide a platform for researchers, creatives, academicians, and industrial professionals to exchange new ideas and experiences, and to establish business or research relation for future collaboration too. On this special occasion, I would like to express my gratitude to Faculty of Creative Industry for willing to hold this conference. Hopefully, this conference can give big impact, not only for Telkom University and Indonesia, but also for around the world. You are the very important part of this conference success. Thank you for your presence and participation. Enjoy the conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Faculty of Creative Industry.
Thank you for your welcoming remark, Professor Dr. Haji Adiwijaya. For the last greeting, also
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome everyone to the event today, the 8th International Conference Bandung Creative Movement. And I was thankful for everyone who is here, even though we are still in a pandemic era. We still can gather together and trying our best to hold our annual event. I would like to extend a special welcome to our guest of honor, Deputy Head of the Digital Economy and Creative Products, Sir Muhammad Neil El-Himam, MSc, who is willingly giving an opening speech to replace Sir Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, who can participate with us today. And also the Telkom University Rector, Professor Adi Wijaya, all vice rectors, all deans and directors of the Telkom University. And to all the keynote speakers who will present in this conference, it was my pleasure to have you all here. And lastly, to participants in the Bandung Creative Movement 2021. This event success is because of your participation. The theme of this BCM 8 conference is Creative Industry for Environment and Advanced Society 5.0 in post-pandemic era. As we all know that the pandemic has changed everything in various fields. We are academics, researchers, industry players must respond to these changes with good ideas. Among them are developing the field of sustainable cities and communities, art and design, recontextualization of Nusantara tradition and indigenous culture, and changes and dynamic in the creative industry. I hope today's event will inspire and spread the ideas discussion around the way and makes a new finding in the near future. And let me close my speech with this quote. To improve is to change. To be perfect is to change often. I cite from Winston Churchill. Thank you again, everyone, and hope you got a beneficial information and ideas from this event. Good luck.
And finally, we would like to welcome Mr. Novian Deni as the representative of Bandung Creative Movement 2021 Chairman to come and give a speech for opening our sessions of the Bandung Creative Movement 2021.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I officially open the conference.
Okay, let's move on to the next session. Before that, we would like to explain a brief concept of our event. Bandung Creative Movement is a series of international conferences held annually by Telkom University since 2014, with three main events, namely professional workshops on creative industry,
by at least 15 universities in Indonesia and abroad. The events have presented speakers from industries, academics, and also members of international professional associations from Asia and Europe.
The 8th Bandung Creative Movement Conference accepts and selects papers to be published as proceeding. Selected papers will be published by CRC and are subjects for submission to Scopus for indexing.
Before listening to our keynote speakers, we would like to ask the room number that you're interested in front of your name for the panel sessions. The committee will give examples on the chat window about how to write your name. There are 3 topics that will be discussed in our conference today. The first is sustainable city and communities. The second is art and design, recontextualization and indigenous culture. And the third is changes and dynamics in the creative industries. So that's 1, 2, 3 for writing the code of your name.
And now it's time for the sessions for our keynote speakers. And we will have Mrs. Ratri Wulandari who will become the moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Jiwa Murthy. Can you hear my voice loud and clear? Could you confirm if you can hear my voice? Hello? Okay. Hello? Can you hear my voice? Okay, thank you. If it is okay, everyone can hear me clearly. I thank you to Ms. Setiamurti and Mr. Jiwa for the introduction. As it was being said that Bandung Creative Movement has been started since 2014. This year is the 8th Bandung Creative Movement. And we will have about 5 keynote speakers today. So the challenges of today's digital era cannot be separated from the elements of creativity itself. This encourages collaboration between technology and human creativity to bring solutions to the problems faced by the society. Not only focusing on how to solve problems, but also how a human creativity can improve an efficient user experience in this fast digital era. Now, the conference, as I said before, we will have about 5 keynote speakers. The first one will be Mr. Riksabela Sunda from Telkom University, and then Ms. Pianiza Almak from Cowan University, Australia, Ms. Lia Vilahur from European Union, ERAM, University of Girona, Mr. Mohamed Lazar from Morocco, and Mr. Seng Hung Lee from Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Each of them will present to you 20 minutes of their presentation. And now, to all participants, we are open for discussion. If there is any question or comments, you may use the chat room or raise your hand during the presentation. And without further ado, we will now proceed to our first presentation from Mr. Riksabela Sunda. But before Mr. Riksabela Sunda started the presentation, I will first read his CV. Mr. Riksabela Sunda is a lecturer at Telkom University. He is graduated from University of Education of Indonesia, majoring in art. His PhD is from ITB in 2018. His specialization is on creative creative manager, animation, design, web, education, game, motivation video, etc. Mr. Riksa Belasunda have been working as lecturer since 2011. He has been a facilitator for various programs, and he also have published many research and theses in proceedings and journal as well. So now, without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Riksa Belasunda. Pak Riksa, if you are there, you may start your presentation 25 minutes from now. Pak Riksa?
Is it me?
It's Mr. Riksa.
Okay.
Pak Riksa, are you already in this main room? Yes, you are there. You can unmute yourself maybe, Pak. Okay, hello Pak Riksa. Okay, please unmute Pak. You are still muted.
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, thank you Pak Riksa. Okay, Pak Riksa will start the presentation for today, and Gary afterward that you. So Pak Riksa, please, you may start.
It's time for my presentation.
Yes, Pak, it's yours.
Okay, I will share my material. Okay, hang on. Can you see?
Okay, Pak, it's good.
Okay.
Okay, Pak, we lost your presentation, Pak Riksa.
Okay. See it?
Yes, yes.
Okay. 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 I will present my presentation. Oh, what?
Yes, Pak, please.
Okay. Okay. Hi. Good morning.
Di
Selamat
sininya
pagi.
Pak Riksa dulu. Q-card.
No.
Q-card.
Hello.
Iya Pak, silakan Pak.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Riksa Belasunda from Telkom University. The title of my presentation is Opportunities and Challenges for Development of Indonesian Creative Industries. At first, now our presentation, but this my main core material has been described by Bapak Muhammad Nail, I think. Let's see. Yeah, this is about Society 5.0. This is a continuation, improvement profession society, hunting, gathering society, agricultural, and so on until information society. Let's talk about external factor, yeah, because this is has been described by Mr. Muhammad. Okay, this is subsectors of creative industries. This is Close product. Okay, domestic product. Okay, let's talk about the external factors. Yeah, external factors and the development of creative industry in Indonesia, supporting and developed by supporting development of the creative industries consists of resources, including human resources, industry, technology, institution, and financial intermediary. External factor related to the period of the development of the creative industry in relation to the pillars of creative economy. Yeah, we can see the external factor of the supporting factors. See, supporting factors and external factors can be opportunities and challenges for the development of creative industry and the implementation of an economy based on creative industries called creative economy. These opportunities is about cultural diversity, market demand, creativity, infrastructure, financial institution, and legislation. And there is challenges of foreign competitors, the entry of foreign culture, low public appreciation of the creative provision, and then provision of standard, raw material, and technology change. There is challenges. Okay, there I will these opportunities about the cultural diversity, market demand, and creativity. Opportunities of cultural diversity. That's Indonesia is a country and a rich culture, has a diversity of custom benefits and view of life or local wisdom. This diversity has an influence of the uniqueness and competitiveness of the product of creative industries they are produced and used. Opportunities of market demand is a market demand of the for creative industries product comes from within and outside the country. Overseas market opportunities open in Europe, Asia, Africa, and America. Product marketing is the area is carried out with the assistance of the Embassy of Republic Indonesia. Opportunities of creativity that Indonesian nation is known as a creative nation. The creativity of the Indonesian people can be seen in processing of raw material, raw goods into the finished goods, and ability to explore resources into something of value and creativity in creating a cultural art product. And then opportunities about infrastructures. There is opportunities for creative business to emerge, opportunities to open business base on advanced technology, market expansion effort for creative business actors, and technology-based education effort. Development regional potential and promote creative business based on local wisdom. There's opportunities of infrastructure. Yeah. And then opportunities of the financial institution. Financial institution are more open to finance investment in creative business. There is a paradigm shift in the thinking of the financial institution that creative business have enormous potential to develop. Opportunities of legislation that support the development of creative business, especially creative industries that have high competitiveness. Okay, there is a challenge. Challenges for foreign competitors, the entry of human resources from the outside who have a high creativity and mastery of advances technology. Challenges for the entry of foreign culture, this is you can see that the entry of foreign culture can also strengthen the cultural local culture, and including the use appropriate technology. And then challenges for low public appreciation for creative industries. This is the one of the have to need to following, yeah, by academic. It's the paradigm when people thinks that work related to art is a job does not guarantee prosperity. This entrance paradigm will slowly erode with productivity by creative business actors to continue working, so that is proven that this creative sectors is able to make a major contribution. And so this is a challenge about the professional standard, raw materials, and technology changes. In the professional standard, for work related to creative ideas, there's a tendency to find difficult to determine definite indicators of the level of creativity and determine the competency measures used. And the raw material, okay, the nature of the creative industry raw material can be updated, but the amount is limited and technology change. The challenge faced that the entrepreneur strive to better understand and master more advanced technology so that they can continue to be at forefront. There is challenges about to develop a creative industries. This is the actor. This is the main actor driving to growth, creativity, ideas, and science and technology in creative industries. This is adopted from the triple helix theory by Eskovitz. Yeah. So the role of academic and educational institution for the development of creative industries in Indonesia. Okay. Sorry. This is intellectual, business actors, and government. I will focus in for the intellectuals have a role as an agent who disseminate and implement science, art, technology, as well as agent who form constructive values for the development of creative industries in society. Let's see the role of academic and educational institution for development of creative industries in Indonesia. Academics as part of community of scholar and higher education institution and research institution have a major role in development and in developing, the creative economy. The contribution of the academic can describe that the three forms of rules as also contained to the three dharma perguruan tinggi: role in education, role in research, and role of community service, atau di penelitian, kemudian di pendidikan, dan di pengabdian pada masyarakat. Ya. Okay, in the role of education, it's aim that encourage the birth of the creative Indonesian generation with a mindset that support the growth of initiative and work of the creative industries. In the research is carried out to provide input to creative industries development policy models and required instrument as well as produce technology that support efficient working and use of resource and makes the national creative industries competitive. As well as the community service is carried out to form and society with social institution orders that support the growth of national creative industries. This is map of scientific discipline of art, design, engineering, and science is part of the role of education. So this is map art, design, science, and engineering. Now, we can see the associate that information between art and science, knowledge between science and engineering, utility between engineering and design, and behavior between design and art. And so we can see the culture in art and design, and nature in science and engineering. Yes, and then we can see the perception about the philosophy in art and science, and production, economy, and design and engineering. Okay, design education in creative industries in Indonesia. There is a scope of design science is inspirable from the technological change, including information technology. Yes, this is the math, science, engineering, design, and then human design, craft, and art. So there is a technology, objective and subjective relative. Yeah, the scope of design science is inspirable from technological change, include information technology. This is a difference between engineering design and human design. Design knowledge need to understand and use collaboratively design knowledge between engineering design and humanity design with their respective features. Yes, this is the engineering design, productical performance, effectiveness and efficient, a principle of validity, rational thinking, logical analytic, right, wrong. And this is the humanity design, human object relation, optimizing of form and function, relevance principle, visual thinking, synthetic perceptual, and good and bad. And so let's see differences in humanity design or industrial design. There is a functional design, a craft design, and art design. This is emphasis in a functional design that the function emphasis, in the craft design and manual engineering emphasis, in art design that idea expression emphasis. In the methodology, functional design use science technology, craft design use the craftsmanship, and art design use the artistic methodology. You can see the relevance objective in functional design, objective subjective relevance in craft design, and subjective objective in art design. Yeah, you can see functional convenience in functional design, uniqueness in craft design, and a value advantage in art design. So learning methods can be used in design education for the development of creative industry in Indonesia. There is learning methods, and this is transformation learning from a teacher-oriented to student-centered learning. Student-centered learning is where students work in both group and individually to explore problem and become active knowledge worker rather than passive knowledge recipient. In the method of the inquiry discovery, lecture as the facilitator and motivator by providing several learning strategies that enable students, together with the lecturer, to choose, find, and organize knowledge and how to develop their skill. That's the learning methods. And let's see the research in design. Yeah. Research in design, I think we have to focus on perception of demeaning cultural values and their implementation for useful user for life, for morphology according to the spirit of the information age, user experience, media studies, and learning model for creativity development or extended semester. Thank you. That's all my presentation.
Thank you, Pariksa. Thank you for presentation. If I may, I would like to resume a little bit your presentation. So, Pariksa, you have talked about the creative economy and creative industry. Basically, it is about the definition of creative industries, what it is, the boundaries, etc. And also about the opportunities and challenges faced by creative industries. And the last presentation was about the creative industry in its relation with education, right, Pak? So how the design and the creativity basically works in higher education. Okay, maybe from any of you, if there is any question from the participant, or maybe from other keynote speaker, from Gary, Miss Almar, and maybe Ria. Miss Bilahur, if there's any remarks or anything? Okay, maybe not for now. We will continue maybe first, and then we will have.
I have one very quick comment. I really love the presentation. I feel like technology always need to driven by human, and we need to use technology with temperature. What I mean by temperature is like it's not technology for technology's sake, right? So I feel like when you talk about the diagram with comparison, I feel like yes, that's super important because most of the time we're only think about the latest or advanced technology. We never think about like, do we really need that technology? Right? So that's why now we have the issue around like sustainability, right? That kind of topic, like global warming issue, climate change. Yeah. That I think part of the reason is because we overuse technology. Yeah, so I think that's super important. At least it's a great like aspect to see the future of industry in this topic. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Gary, for the remarks. Okay, maybe now we can continue to the second presentation from Gary. I will present your CV first before you start. So Gary, or we know him as Sheng Hung Lee, is a designer, engineer, and educator. He is inspired by multiple domains of knowledge and different perspectives, and he thrives on creating new value for clients on multidisciplinary teams. He is trained as an industrial designer and electrical engineer. His approach to problem solving is influenced by his passion for how design and technology impact and can be integrated into society. Gary has been focusing on organizational design and education that create meaningful systematic impacts. His latest curriculum is implemented by Massachusetts Institute of Technology through MIT X Pro. Maybe you can Google it while you listen to his presentation. Gary is an industrial designer. Excuse me, sorry, a little bit.
No worry.
Sorry, it seems that my voice is not so clear. Okay, I continue. Gary is graduated from BA Industrial Design from National Cheng Kung University in Taiwan and MIT Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the USA, in Integrated Design and Management, and also Mechanical Engineering. Okay, so 2 master degree, right?
Yes.
Okay, and he have many experience. I would not mention here one by one, otherwise Gary will not have enough time for the presentation. Okay.
Yeah.
Time and place is your Gary, please.
Cool. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this time and opportunities, and I know it's early in the morning, so feel free to grab a coffee and just relax and chill. And yeah, today I feel like let me share my screen first so you could see my presentation. Oops, you can see my presentation, right?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, 1 second. Let me. Okay, it's like I cannot see myself. So cool. Okay, perfect. Okay. Today I'm going to talk about. It's about. I know the topic is about like embracing future, like creative industry for environment and advanced society 5.0. And for me, I think as designer, I want to talk a little about like system design, because I feel this is a big topic. It's a complicated and systematic topic. So the idea is like, through my perspective, through designer's perspective, I want to say, okay, how can we integrate like systematic approach with design thinking process? That's like my main topic today. Let me share my next slide. So about myself, basically I'm now working for MIT H Lab, also MIT Office of Sustainability, also MIT X Pro is an online learning program. And I used to work for design consultancy like IDEO, Continuum, and very active in design community. So I also serve as a vice president for IDSA Boston chapter. I love teaching. I'm passionate about teaching education, and I hope I can share something interesting for you guys to kind of trigger some cool thoughts and ideas. And feel free to reach out to me or like type any thoughts and question in the chat, because I'm still learning and I'm also like a beginner in this field. And this presentation is not just about myself; it's actually the teamwork. So I really appreciate all my mentor and my friends and my classmates. They really helped me along this kind of the interesting process of learning and talk about system thinking and system design. And just before I go into a topic, I want to talk about like, why this matters, right? So the story is about, I call like my course 16 story. So at MIT, we use numbers to represent department. And course 16 stands for Department of Aeroastro. So basically, it's a department who build like satellite, rocket science, and very hardcore engineer. And I love that kind of field because it's so interesting and so fascinating for me. And then luckily, I took one class called Fundamental of System Engineering class. Let me time myself. Otherwise, I would like talk too excited. Forgot my time. 20 minutes. Okay. So I took this class, and basically my classmates, they are all from the military or NASA. So I'm the only designer in the class. So very like cool setup, and then everyone like so cool, like very, very like direct. And then professor at Crowley asked one question, say, okay, what are the things or a system missing if you want to build like a moon rover? So basically, it's the device you saw in this slide. It's like a robot on the moon. And then, so supposedly the answer should be like, communication system, mobility system, energy system, right? And I raised my hand and I told professor in front of everyone, I said, honest feedback. We need honest feedback. And then professor look at me and then say, oh my God, you're so soft. Because like nobody, as a designer, as an engineer, very different ways of thinking and look at this topic. And for me, the system needs to really like present back like the honest, the right feedback versus just build on the system. So I was so shocked at the moment. And I feel like this is so interesting to look at like different systematic topic in different angles and different perspectives. So in this class, I try to show the result and importance of design process to convince them, okay, how can we integrate both fields? And then including the final presentation, teach them, like show them how to use the Post-it notes properly. Like you could type, like wrote like the hopes and fears and ideas about the concept of the design of the project. And I also tried to kind of integrate the design process with the current system engineering process. And in the end, I'm very happy and very lucky, like after a 6-month negotiation with MIT, work with MIT X Pro and really design out the toolkit, kind of integrate both ideas and process to really launch and then prototyping on the class. So you could, if you type like MIT X Pro system thinking, this will be one of the material in this course. So it's really great journey because it's so difficult to let people from different backgrounds to understand the beauty of design, and then how can we use or leverage design thinking process to tackle systematic challenges and issues. So it's really hard. The content is hard to write, and lucky to work with Professor Ed Crowley and all the system engineer and write this content, think about the live relevant examples and ideas. So make it really easy, but also people understand how can they apply to their own field. And today I'm going to basically talk about like 3 parts to kind of connect to my previous like course 16 story. So a little bit of history of the methodology, both from engineering side, also from design side. Experimental techniques, so I select 2 processes I want to share about how can we integrate both sides. And also the last part, talk about the future, the next step of this process and ideas. So a brief history of design thinking. I think when we have this word design thinking, actually from this professor, John Arnold, and he wrote a book called Creative Engineering. He also from MIT. So that's the earliest material I found, like people talk about design thinking. And then if you look at one of the very popular definition about design thinking from Tim Brown, which is now he's executive chair of IDEO. He talked about design thinking is a human-centered approach to innovate that draws from designer's toolkit to integrate the needs of people, the possibility of technology, and the requirements of business success. So this is kind of like a very brief definition of design thinking, and also some very iconic example like, okay, the Swiffer's like the mops, the Apple's mouse, the laptop, the Nest like a thermometer. So these are kind of like the outcome, the result of design thinking or human-centered design process. And then also, if you look at like Stanford D School, they have their like own framework. They have like 5 stages from emphasize, define, ideate, prototype, test. So these are the things we as a designer, we know this already. And also some adoption to different like big companies, studio like IBM, Google, or like fewer IKEA, they sort of use design thinking process in their own company and culture. But for the system engineering is relatively new for me or for designer in general, because they actually come the earliest, and if we look at the history of the United States, they actually from Bill Lab. They use system engineering to kind of create the technology for people. And then if you see some ancient example, like the Great Wall in China, the pyramid in Egypt, these are all like we could view as a system engineering problems, because it's very complex, it's not just building the architecture. You have to think about the structure, the material, the labor cost, the time. So if you look at the definition from the International Council on System Engineering is a transdisciplinary and integrated approach to enable the successful realization, use, and retreatment of engineered system using systematic principles and concept and scientific, technological, and management method. So I think that for me, the easy way to look at this, like think about if we're going to build a satellite, right? How do we do the prototype? Because it has so many investment in terms of time, cost, knowledge, and versus we build something as a product level. I mean, like a mouse. Check my time. Okay. And then the rover is a great example. And then also our automobile, the car industry, right? It's very complex. And then the modern example, like the satellite, as I mentioned before, the high rail, the airplane. So these are like common, like the experience we have or the object we know, but actually we could view as a system engineering problem or like challenges. So what is system? A system is actually an arrangement of the parts or elements that together exhibit behavior or meaning that the individual constitute to do together. And one of the easy way to understanding the difference between design thinking and system engineering, you could see the iconic framework. So in design thinking, we know ideate, design, prototype, refine, and also build, right? So for system engineering, you could look at the V model framework. So V model, you could see it actually kind of, if you view this in the design process, kind of like a diverge converge process, but they have their own term. They call it concept development, requirements engineering, system architecture, system design development, system integration, test evaluation, and transition operation and maintenance. So actually in the level of horizon, they are equally important, and it's more like a V shape that we call like V model framework. And then if you look at this in high level, right, design thinking versus system engineering, you can see like two parts. For the entry point, like design thinking, we talk about user pain point, right? And then in system engineering, we talk about the system functions. And then same for like the thinking process or thought process. Design thinking, we talk about diverge, converge, and versus in system engineering, we talk about decomposition and integration. For the outcome, we definitely focus on human center and versus like talk about emergence. So they are like very like high level difference and observation is from the research. And then these are for me super interesting to look at because actually we're solve the same thing, but we have different perspectives. So for design thinking, may address symptoms of the problem instead of the root cause. Versus system engineering, like it's difficult to see motivations and actions of player within the system because it's so complex. May address human needs that are not as impactful. Versus system engineering, like difficult to test hunches and assumptions because it takes time and investment. And maybe for design thinking, it overlooks downstream consequences of creation on stakeholders or society as a whole, versus system engineering is more like requires significant resource to test the effectiveness of system solution at scale. So these are help me to frame the challenges like how can we equip human-centered designers with new techniques so that they are empowered in tackling system design challenges, right? Especially for the industry 5.0. So here we have like a methodology. We focus on the V model, but today I'm going to show like focus on two parts: concept development and system architecture. And I'm going to like use like example the project I work for. So 3 projects cover like product level, service level, and experience level. So for the product level, I use OPM, object process methodology. I use the modular land design project to illustrate the ideas. And for the campus tour project, I try to talk about the service part. And the last part about like use like one space project, talk about like experience if we apply OPM and ConOps for this field. So object process methodology. So in this project, I redesigned the whole MIT campus tour. It's a very complicated project, and how might we? The big ask is like how might we create an informative yet delightful MIT campus tour experiences for both students, visitors, and in the lens of service design, right? So do some field research, field study. And then traditionally we use like a journey map, right? Okay, in this case, I use like 5E method: entice, enter, engage, exit, extend. And then think about the whole experiences in a journey. So you could tie everything together and really in the lens of user, like visitors, students, and also maybe from the school, the side of the university. But if we use the OPM, the system thinking process, let's try like break down in 3 categories, like object, process, and link, right? So everything we view in these 3 components. The reason why we try to do that is because we want to try to decompose the complex system into very many different subsystems. So if you think about the object, they have different stage change. There's a process and there's a link to make things together. And this is super cool. So if you look at this as a whole system, we could break out like different subsystems. And within the different subsystem, they have the process and element, and there's a link between each elements. And sorry, I talk a little bit fast, but the idea is like, if you see this, the final goal is like establishing a human-centered campus tour experiences. It's the process. So that's why it's an oval circle. And then the rest of like people, student group, environment, universities, all the elements. We could view the object is either physical or informational. So these are the objects to kind of connect with to support the goal of this system. And then if we zoom in further, we could try to break down the campus tour experiences, right? It could be like sightseeing, beauty, community, and culture, training campus tour guide, promoting university brand through the campus tour, or maybe hiring students or understand university investment environment, understanding university admission. So these are the sub-component of the process. The second example I want to share, sorry, I don't know how much time I left. Okay, a few minutes. I try my best, okay? Please bear with me. So this is like a modular land project. So I try to use the system thinking process. So how to integrate the modular-based system engineering in language and its framework in the face of the product design and development by applying selected tools in order to establish a comprehensive yet precise creative process system methodology. So similar process, I use OPM, object process methodology. So there's an object, there's a process, and there's a link, right? And then I try to think about, okay, we're going to design the land, right? As designer, we'll probably just sketches and think about using it. But if you use this as a system, okay, think about what are the core process. Probably it's the assembling part because this is the modular land, right? And then we think about the people as a user. So user, power, designer, land itself, and different components, including LED holder, LED connector, and maybe the used water bottle as the main component of the land. And if we zoom in, okay, if we want to assemble the lamp, right, what are the other sub-process? Maybe collect used water bottles, 3D printing, add light components, turn on the light. So these are like sub-process within the main process. And this is really cool because it totally changed the way we view the design process, we view the topic. So these are two things I try to experiment, and then maybe you can combine both, right? Remember, like this is like a journey map things, 5E methods, and this is like a OPM process. If we combine both, you know, so we still have the journey, but within each component, we have like a OPM process. It's another way to see this, to try to help us solve the complicated problems and challenges in the future. So these are like summary of OPM versus journey map and the concept of operation. I will, let me see, I'm sorry, a bit too long, but I'm trying to say this is like the ideas of CONOP is like, I will use the easy way to explain to everyone. It's like, imagine we're going to like shoot like a board system on the Mars or on the moon, right? And then how can we draw this, right? So in the language of designing is actually you do like a journey map for all your key stakeholders. So that's called like concept of operation. How do you visualize the operation process? And then we talk about it and how can we combine with like a scenario. So if only have the CONOPS, it's too broad, too raw. It's hard to describe the essence of the mission, for example. So here, if you want to like submit the material through rocket to the moon, what are the key steps? And then we try to think about, okay, there's a scenario-based design, and how can we combine with CONOPS? So these are, we try to do some scenario exploration, draw out the ideas and scenario, and start to combine, okay, these are scenario, and then how do we combine with the CONOPS, concept operation, in a more detailed way. So the conclusion is like, yes, they have the CONOPS idea in the system engineering, and we try to put the time, the who, the where, and what to make it more concrete, to understand, okay, what do we mean by that? We design the right context, basically. So yeah, the reason I share this two examples, I want to let you guys know, like, I think this is important because when we, as designer, we not just make things beautifully, we not just design small things, we have to make very invaluable impact to our society, right? So especially in the context of now, pandemic, like COVID, technology bring us together, but somehow we need to learn how can we adapt our methodology and framework to make a greater impact, positive impact to our society. So in the future, I do believe that these two process, if you see design thinking and system engineering in the bigger landscape, you can see they have a lot of similarity. So how do we combine and how do we think about envision the future, right? Maybe it's like some methodology just curation, it's a matter of curation, not really combine, or we could think about the better way to solve our future challenges. Yeah, and these are some questions we could think about, but I'm sorry I talked too much. I'm happy to give people some ideas. You could go and download the paper that me and my friend, we wrote together about design thinking and system engineering methodology, kind of prototype. And it's just our first thought and draft. Cool. Sorry, I talked too much.
Thank you, Giri.
Mute myself.
Thank you for the presentation about the system design and then the relation, well, not really the relation, but how do design can, give an insight to system engineering, something like that. Maybe this is new for many of us, for most of us, especially in Indonesia. This is very cross-disciplinary subject and maybe quite ask for a little bit of reflection from us. So I just want to give a little remark from your presentation. I saw your photo about the flyovers, how so many flyovers in the city. I think they would need some design thinking inside of that. There's no design in it, right? We've been going circle and circle in these flyovers, and when we meet another traffic jam, for example, we just add another flyover on top of it, and we go round and round more, further. So, okay, we still looking for a discussion from the participants, but it seems we only have one for Mr. Riksa. I think we can keep it for later on. So we will continue our discussion first, and then we will have the question and answer responses afterwards. I will continue to our third presentation with Ms. Pianiza Almark. I will read your CV first, as I did with others. So Ms. Paniza Ruth Almark is Associate Professor at School of Arts and Humanities, Edith Cowan University, Australia. She is currently the Associate Dean for the School of Arts at Edith Cowan University for the disciplines area of arts, media, and communication and design. Over the last 6 years, she has undertook a number of prominent leadership roles, such as Program Director in Media and Communication and Associate Head of Schools. She has also demonstrated a passion and engagement with research culture with a focus on gender, place, feminist geography, music, media, and identity. She is the chief editor of the internationally recognized Scopus Rank Research Journal, the Continuum Journal of Media and Cultural Studies, published by Taylor and Francis. She has been working with this journal for 10 years. She has also mentored many early career academics and have been a regular invited speaker for journal publication seminars. She has been keynotes in the United Kingdom, the US, the Australia, and Indonesia, also for today presentations. She discusses her works in the field of photography, visual art, identity, feminism, and urban space. Over the last 15 years, she has also worked as a documentary photographer and have spent time across Asia, Europe, North and South America. She has 17 solo exhibitions and 21 group exhibitions. Her work has also been exhibited in London, New York, Frankfurt, Shanghai, and Italy and Australia. She has so many things that I could continue to speak about, but missing her precious material. So without waiting for longer, we will ask Ms. Paniza Almark to present her material, please. Thank you.
Selamat pagi. It's a pleasure to be here, and I will share my screen in a moment. Let's hope this works. Okay. 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 Thank you. Today, I will be talking about creative visual responses to the cultural climate. I will be examining creative visual art responses to cultural crises over the last few years, the early part of the 21st century, by referring to cultural images that provide critical social commentary. And I'll draw upon Rixa, who commented about art and the impact of art and creative movements, the subjective responses and the value of that. I will highlight the importance of the personal and the connection with one's environment. I will look at how artists respond to what is happening around them, and including reflection upon my own work as a photographer. And I'm following on the theme, why images matter. So let's go to the next slide. So the objectives of today. So I'm just going to put the timer on, so bear with me. And the objectives of today are moving into the second decade of the 21st century. There have been many social crises that have impacted everyday lives and the surrounding environment. Particularly, I'll be looking at creative visual art responses to the cultural crises by referring to key cultural images that provide critical social commentary. I'll be highlighting the importance of the personal and the connection with one's environment and how artists respond to what is happening around them. So the key 21st century contemporary issues, globally, it's, this is a sustainable development and the environment. Another major issue is human rights issues and asylum seekers, people crossing borders, the acceptance of others into the community, and the plight of asylum seekers seeking refuge. And the most recent contemporary issue, global issue, of course, is the pandemic, COVID-19 coronavirus. So I'll be looking at examples of creative art, visual art, and how these issues are conveyed in the creative work. Particularly, I'm looking at themes of reimagining and contesting. So through the use of juxtapositions, dichotomies, binaries. This is particularly prevalent in my own work and in the work that I've chosen to display today. It's about reimagining, relating to ways that an image presents views to comment on the social climate. It's about presenting different perspectives by challenging up what we see and to create critical commentary and redefine connections. So a lot of the work is about creating connections and looking at things fresh and bringing together what you don't normally see together or in spaces. Probably the best example I found is a recent image that was one of the finalists in the World Press Photo, so the World Press Photo contest. So it's about reimagining, contesting cultural myths through visual practice. So today I'll be looking at photography and some street art. And it's about disrupting the status quo, the standard ways of seeing things by the use of juxtapositions, binaries, dichotomies, by bringing together contrasting elements. And the artwork challenges traditional boundaries or conceptions to evoke critical commentary. And this image here is a good example of what I'm be showing today, and in terms of critical commentary about the cultural crisis. And it's an example of dichotomies. It's titled Temple Half Mountain. It is by a Myanmar photographer, Kun Lut, and was a finalist in the 2021 World Press Photo Contest. The image provides a strong critical commentary on industrial development of the what you see on the one half of the photograph is the jade mine, and versus the natural environment of the lush green forest. You see pictured also is within that lush green forest is a temple which suggests tranquility. So we have kind of destruction of the natural environment and something that's quite tranquil. So we've got these contrasting elements brought together in one central image. So it was taken in Burma, in Myanmar, in the Kachin state, which is one of the world's biggest jade mines. It's about the destruction of the environment by mining operations, and includes the vegetation loss, the degradation of the farmland, river sedimentation, and mining has caused inappropriate use of destruction of the environment. Examples are mining waste, the abandoned mining pits, companies failing to stabilize deep excavations, where landslides are frequent. And the idea of capitalist progress, and it's often forgotten the impact on the local people. For example, with mining sites, there are often landslides. An example was a landslide in 2020 that killed at least 100 people due to mudslides. So sometimes progress is taking over the human side and the human impact, and also the impact to the environment. So, as I said, the juxtapositions in the image of the Buddhist temple and the mine site, the natural environment versus development of the environment. So I'll move on to the next slide. And this, what I'm going to present now is a body of my own work as a photographer. And it's about the, this work was done about 10 years ago in the border town of Mae Sot, which is in Thailand, the border between Thailand and Burma, but Mae Sot's situated in Thailand. And it's a place where Burmese refugees or asylum seekers have fled over the border, and many are living on a dump site, and they've escaped the military junta and economic struggles of the Burmese or Myanmar government. They live and work on the rubbish dump for about $1.50 a day, and what they do is find recyclable goods, which they sell to, they get paid for finding recyclable goods. The children that live there, because there are whole families that live there. At the time, there were around 28 families that live there. And they're exposed to poor health conditions because they actually just set up tents on the dump site. They don't live outside the site and go there. They actually inhabit that space. So they're in constant threat of abuse, exploitation, unsanitary living conditions. So in my images, I chose to kind of look at, again, that notion of juxtapositions, and rather than ask people to pose for me, I just kind of was walking around with my camera. I talked to the people. The children were just playing, and they enjoyed kind of engaging at the camera because it's something interesting for them for the day to see strangers, people come in and talk. But I actually went there more than one day. I spent quite a bit of time there. And this image is one example, and it's part of a series. So it's an image of a boy with a head, and it's quite a confronting image because it's a young boy holding a white female mannequin head, and it's eerie in the sense that it's almost like decapitation. So it's disrupting to see a child like this, and it's a really strange toy to play with because for children this is what they find. Disposed items on the site to play with. And in the image is also another child in the background, playing with a plastic bag, shielding his head, which, all signs of the kind of waste that as a community, as in cities, we dispose of. In the background, there are mounds of rubbish. So another image, which is similar in that times of juxtaposition, that duality. And it's the image of a boy, and he just found this poster and just picked it up. And it was interesting. And I don't know if he actually even looked at that image, but it was this image of, again, the representation and reality, the contrast of the indoor shot of the studio shot of the child, the baby, and in contrast to the boy in the outside environment. Again, that duality of another boy running past. So we have here contrasts of the real and representational, the stationary versus stillness. I'm going to move to another section, another series of my work, and it's titled Barca Nostra, Tourists, Travel and Refugees. And it relates to the Biennale, the Venice Art Biennale, which was the 58th International Art Exhibition in 2019. It was the last one because there wasn't one during COVID last year. And it was interesting because the Biennale was titled, May You Live in Interesting Times. One of the most provocative works exhibited at the Biennale was the relic of a fishing boat which sank off between the Libyan coast and the city of Augusta, Sicily. The shipwreck with the shipwreck, it was reported that around 800 migrants or refugees drowned within the hull of the ships. They were imprisoned in the ship. It was the Mediterranean's deadliest shipwreck. So it was quite a curious and provocative work to actually transport this ship and put this as an art exhibit. And it was placed opposite a cafe. So people would just drink their coffee, go to relax and look at this shipwreck where hundreds of people were killed. So the Swiss artist Christoph Buschel displayed the work Barca Nostra, and the word means our boat, as a relic of human tragedy, but also a monument to contemporary migration, engaging real and symbolic borders and the impossibility of freedom of movement of information and people. And that's quoted from the artist. In my images, I have reworked this artwork to comment on its placement in the city of Venice. My photographic series is a response to this work and our specific times where the freedom of movement of people is linked with socio-economic conditions and privilege. In particular, globally and in Italy, the far right has been criminalizing rescue missions of migrants off shores. The photographic work gives prominence to Venice with its history of cosmopolitanism, a major seaport, and an iconic tourist center. So my work addresses the tourist sites of Venice, the cultural spectacle, the spaces of travel. And what I've done is worked with juxtapositions and placed my work as tourist postcards emblazoned on the hull of the shipwreck, which is, again, quite confronting. The stark contrast between the two scenes confront the spectacle of the tourist gaze, where the tourist gaze is something pleasurable, and it's an unsettling, uncanny reminder of the borders that exist between mass tourism and migration, in which travel is acceptable for some and encouraged, yet for others it's deterred, dangerous and deadly. So I'll just go to the images that I've shot. So I've created these postcard images, and it again, and in the background I've got just a cropped in image of the shipwreck and the hull with the major debris. And I've also used graffiti and street art. So this one is Anomalous Stateless Immigration. So again, reminders of the movement of people and how the city kind of reflects this notion of mobility. This is one of my favorites because I think it combines the asylum seeker, the refugee, the people seeking a home, which they actually didn't make there because of the tragedy, with some positive kind of graffiti on the walls in Venice. So as I said, they present an uncanny reminder of the borders that exist between mass tourism and migration. So so as I said, it presents postcard-like prints, modes of travel, and unsettling, uncanny reminders of the borders that exist. So next I'm going to move to more contemporary images, and these are street images and looking at the creative visual responses to the cultural environment. So looking at tensions and social changes that have inevitably impact on art, and that's also reflected in the work that I've presented today. And it hasn't been anything new in terms of responding to the pandemic, and in the 1918 flu pandemic, there was it influenced a lot of art movements that followed. And of particular importance is street art in the contemporary time, and how it provides incisive commentary, and how it also changes our public space. It's temporal, but presents this interesting perspectives. So one of the most common themes of the coronavirus are these invisible heroes, of silent heroes. And this is just one example of the super nurse. So it's using the motif of popular pop culture notion of Superman and on the face mask. And it was by an Amsterdam-based street artist, Fake. But it's also been taken up in various other cities around the world. And this is quite interesting in terms of the global world we live in, where images can be seen in various cities. Similar images and similar themes can be seen in various cities. So Dr. Enrico Bernardio says, nowadays there's a rush to paint famous people or people that become prominent symbols of different movements. For example, paying attention to the silent workers or invisible heroes, celebrating it and spreading positivity, while also giving mural a chance of being the next one picked up by the media. So it's not just like the city spaces or the urban spaces, it's picked up by the media and becomes global. And it's also something to be shared. So it is bringing people together, artwork together and people together. So we've got here, this is in Australia. So there we go, with the nurses. As I said, this is a common theme. So this is an image in Palestine, and it was taken by Mohammed Abded, an AFP photographer. It's also important to acknowledge that by being photographed in such a way, it's also giving credit to the photographer as well as the street art. And here the composition is very interesting in terms of colours and styling. The real and the representational. And this is from Jakarta. This one's really interesting. It's graffiti in Sao Paulo, and Sao Paulo was one of the epicenters of the coronavirus in Brazil. And it's depicts what it says in the graffiti. It says, "Which side are you?" And it's a comment on Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro and a person depicting the coronavirus pulling a rope against health workers. So it shows that divided kind of sense. And it was interestingly framed as a photograph with a person with a mask wearing straight in the center of that tie. Okay, this is in the Gaza Strip. And this is interesting because it's chalk work, and it's so simple in its presentation, but also kind of presenting a positive message of hope, literally of hope. Its childlike presentation gives that sort of simple and innocence and purity to the message that we need so much in our interesting and unsettling times we have. Okay, this is interesting, and this is taken in Rome near the Vatican, and it's inspired by an icon of Saint Stephen, representing the saint holding a syringe of vaccine. And in Latin, it says "sacred vaccine." So again, commenting on what's happening at the time now, and using traditional images. And this final image is partaken by is using the famous image of the Mexican artist Frida Kahlo, and she's painted with a face mask as a way of demonstrating the situation of the pandemic. And this one is from Mexico City. So just going to round up. The philosopher Jacques Rancière's argument of emancipating the spectator from the spectacle with new ways of visioning. So what I'm arguing, there's a politics of looking that it's not passive looking, that we're engaged as spectators, whether we're walking on the street or looking at it on the screen. It's also blurring the boundary between those who act and those who look. So we're engaged in that process. So we're active interpreters making meaning. It's not passive. And with street art, it is about affecting our situation that we're in. There's a sense of reaction and response. It's raising awareness of social and political issues. It's reflecting and rewriting. It's repurposing space and the visual encounter. Sometimes it's quite unexpected when you think, oh, overnight these murals appear. And it's blurring the borders between disciplines. So in some of the images where, the one of the saint, it's very high art, religious art, but it's presented in a contemporary pop art way with the vaccine, holding a vaccine with a syringe. So the spectator is always active, making meaning, and it changes the way we normally see things and how we experience public space. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paniza Almark, for your interesting presentations. It's really unique point of view because you review street arts as a response, as a part of response beside other kind of visual works. Beside its ephemeral nature, we know that what we call the street arts, we don't know how long will it stay, but it helps raise awareness on the issue, the contemporary issue. And also this creativity and visual responses, by bringing contrast, it really help people, the society, in understanding the issues of the sustainable development, how to protect the refugees and human rights, and also a response to the pandemic. Okay, now we already have several questions here, but I will keep it up to the end of our presentation. So we still have two more presentations from Ms. Lia Villahur and the last one from Mr. Mohamed Nazar from Morocco. The next will be from Ms. Lia Villahur. I will read your CV first. Let's see. Okay, Ms. Lia Villahur Chiara Vilio is from European Union of ERAM University of Girona. She is a Director of International Office in the University of Girona, or Office of EU ERAM. And she also program leader at the BA Graphic Communications, coordinator. She was a coordinator for BA Cross Media Studies at ERAM College. She has been working also since 2005 to 2014 as professor of Instituto Europeo di Design in Barcelona. And she has many lecturing and workshop experiences, also works experiences in design, and published a book called Drawing for Graphic Designers, or in Spanish is Dibujo para Diseñadores Gráficos. Is that correct? And then award and exhibitions in several places. And she has language ability in German, Portuguese, English, Italian, Catalan, and Spanish, of course, because she's Spanish and come from Catalan. Okay, to Ms. Lia Villahur, time and place is yours.
Thank you very much. Here is 4 o'clock in the morning, so I hope I'm awake enough to make my speech. I'll be talking about one of the topics that is in our agenda right now in Barcelona. We are going to hold in November the Smart City Congress. So because I work in trends, I thought it would be interesting to share with you what is actually in our magazines and what's actually happening and what are we discussing. Hope you can see the presentation I'll be sharing right now. So here we are. Okay. I'm going to make something that is really needed. We all teach us to talk about, and what usually happens is after a short time, we just lose notion of time. And then probably I'm going to go out of time too. So here's my 30 minutes. So let's talk about designing regarding smart, sustainable cities. That we have in November is about smart cities. But I think that what has happened in the last year and a half has changed so much the way we gonna interact with the city, that has changed a lot of paradigms, a lot of ideas we had and how we're gonna in the future. So what I just wanted to put together is a subject that most of you are dealing right now, because none of us is expecting post-crisis, post-pandemic. We are all new. We have not so much literature regarding, and we don't know what the future is going to happen. Can you listen to me correctly? Yeah, good. So these are some of the elements we have been realizing during this post-pandemic. One is the public space usage. We just start using the public space in a different way. When suddenly placing all the cars out and having to be closed at home for a very long time, we just realized how many space was dedicated to cars, how few of it is actually for people. And this has raised our awareness of how we are actually living in the city. The second element I'm going to be talking about is the population density, which is an element that is super necessary when you're trying to make a smart city. But the moment you're having a pandemic, it turns actually the opposite. It's not anymore a benefit, but maybe something you're trying to avoid. So we have this design of applications to tell us for user data when there is more people in the buses, when there is less people, how is people moving in the spaces. Finally, what we are trying to do is just to avoid crowds. The third thing is the inclusivity, to inclusive people. So this is something that in social design we have seen for a long time, how to make people participate in process, how to make people interact, how to create interaction, and how to create social networkings, and how can we make through the design of space and the furnitures that everybody is feeling part of the city. The fourth thing we have realized is the shopping habits. In Spain, we had a very strong and very difficult confinement. We were really close. We could not move more than a certain amount of space from our home. So it was not easy. You could not actually go to a supermarket or a big chain supermarket. So we had to move to our small shops that we had next to. And that it's also making us to rethink what does it mean to have big surfaces and small surfaces, and how is our shopping habits. As a 5 element, the density. I think this is an item that happened to every city. What you realize much more with the COVID is that not every neighborhood is exactly the same social economical conditions. Some are suffering this pandemic much more than others. And therefore, the urbanism of the city can actually help to make a more equal, let's say, society when the investments are doing in the same way in the neighborhoods without focusing on their social economic conditions. So what we realized is that city planning was actually the solution in the industrial revolution against pandemics. So we do have in the past an example of how to solve a pandemic, and this was actually the way we designed cities. During the 19th century, the industrialization, there are several plannings in Europe, in Italy, there is also London, about how to avoid illness by Risanierung. Now it's coming in German. Sorry, the word is hygienic measurements and how to make the city much more, let's say, to actually avoid the contact, to make water installations and elements that have helped a lot. During that, in Barcelona was done the Pla Cerdà, designed by the Ildefons Cerdà in 1859. That means that in the city where I do live, we already had planning that changed the way we live the city, and we have constructed all a structure to actually change the problems we had at that moment. What we have right now, COVID is not a pandemic, and one of the solutions to it has been also the city planning. We have to avoid crowds, we have to have social distancing, so we have to start to live different. But we have to realize that this living different cannot be as expenses of social interaction, because we are humans and keeping people alone is killing some people also. So we have to find a balance between what is needed for the pandemic, but also which are the elements that we're designing in the future. It's very simple. For example, we said, okay, now with the pandemic, a lot of people are going alone with the cars because they are afraid of public transport, but public are a lot of cases for sustainable cities, for cities that are not going to be, or at least they are going to be respecting the environment. So we have to find, we have a lot of issues in the table right now. Here is one of the, here I explain a little bit the first element I was talking about about the urban micromobility. This, I think it happened in a lot of cities. The lockdowns have opened the possibility to leave the space with bicycles and to walk it. This is, I don't know how we are with the time. Let's check. Okay, maybe we try it. Let's try it. I would like to share you a video. Let's see if I'm sharing here. Right. Sorry, a second. I like to share this video more than anything else because I think that for the ones that have never been in Barcelona, having a little bit of view of the city may help to understand what I'm actually talking about. So let's share the video. It's going to be really short. Hope the connection is good enough. That's the city of Barcelona. Here you can see that there is the sea, there's the mountains, and how you're going to see a little bit the structure. Oops. What's this now? Oh, God. I'm sorry.
The 2-month coronavirus lockdown made it easy for Gomila and his team to speed up the process. Streets were empty, so painting yellow lanes and effectively taking space from cars wasn't a struggle. And the city already had a plan for where to install the lanes.
The deployment of bikes in the city, there's not one way to do it. It depends on the city's conditions, and conditions are not just physical streets, whether they're one way or two ways, but how good is public transport, whether there are tramways, and the social culture that exists around bikes.
The final phase, Gomila says, will be when cycling is so widespread that his team needs to shift their focus from paths to building large bike parking facilities. While other cities have long been bike-friendly, Barcelona is showing how others around Europe and the world can adapt for the future of transportation.
Okay. So this is a little bit about the city, and this is what happened in that field. The second, here. Are you seeing my screen right now? Are you seeing the presentation? Okay, cool. So, well, this is the application that was designed to think about the occupancy of buses and how it's going. This is one of the elements we also found during this post-COVID, so people can know. And I think it is not only just about people knowing, but it also helps the city to understand if they have to use more buses or less, or how they have to plan the transportation. Another important element, I think, is this this citation that I'm going to make about Silvia Casorran Martos, when she says, in Barcelona, we have 70% of the public space dedicated to car, but we only have 20% of the citizens using cars, which does mean that is maybe just to rethink the city and how actually the citizens using it, and the need to have a space to walk. Another solution we had in Barcelona that started already in 2016 was the super blocks. I probably already hear about it. It's something well known in the field of sustainable cities. And now it's just continuing. So now we have opened two big blocks more. The big blocks is this, here you see the structure of the city, is these buildings. These are Las Manzanas. This is the blocks. And what we do is that we close 3x3 space so cars cannot go inside, and not only have bicycles and people who are living there, their own personal car, the buses and some medical facilities or the trash can collecting. And this is another element that was created to avoid pollution, and then has been now during the pandemic expanded. The street was thought more for people that can use it much more and just to give it back to people. We had with these blocks much more vegetation and trees. Asphalt was disappearing, and well, new light systems were created. Here you can see how people are using the space in a different way, because these roads are not anymore for cars, so just for people. Here we have the strategy that was used for the council, the city council. It's called tactical urbanism. Maybe you also know about it. There is a very interesting book which is called Street Fight from Janet Sadiq Khan. That she's thinking about these structures made out of materials that are easy to change. For example, wood. In this one, we can allow just the people that are living in the same area to interact and to see which are their needs and which kind of furniture would be actually, and which kind of activities should be the ones that should run in these islands, in these super blocks. because we call it islands in Spanish. I'm always translating, I'm sorry, but it's called super blocks in English. So this idea is that when you have been testing, maybe when you're going to decide to make a more large investment, you already have the approval and the idea that what you've been doing is actually going with the needs of the people who are living there. The tactical urbanism is also using very, let's say, cheap, it's never cheap, but it's much cheaper solutions like painting. So we just change the way we actually move in the city and see how it affects the people that lives in it. So from small furniture to creating different kind of facilities, using these wheels of the cars. There are like a lot of different examples. It's something movable, it's not static. And it goes on changing and understanding how we can use the spaces and what can we do. Here from above, you already realize that there are two beautiful colors. One is the blue one and the other one is the yellow, because the chromatic code helps people to navigate the space. The bicycles can use the yellow. Meanwhile, the people are supposed to be using the blue. The blue is a space free for cars. That is for people, and it's in a way to sign as a wayfinding system to navigate in the city. During that project, we had the collaboration of the European Community and IT Urban Mobility, and the University Polytechnic of Catalonia was designing these big balls that you see there, just to be in several places, to don't allow cars to pass through, and also to explain how to navigate the space. And these are removable elements. Here you can see how is the living. You can see these benches, the increasing of plants. We have a very dry climate. We have a lot of issues with water. So for us to try to collect any kind of water is very important. So the moment we start to plant trees in the middle of the road helps us also to collect the waters. And this is something that is an issue to be solved. This is also a very good solution to decrease pollution, which is also a very big issue in Barcelona. And well, just to finish, I would like to talk about the last element that we got in the presentation, that is about how to design the interactions, because we have to realize that interactions is one of the base of our culture and of our exchange. It's something we should not lose. So the question, the social question in sociology is, if you know 20 of your neighbors, that can a little bit evaluate how is the interaction in the city. I think it's really necessary to understand our buildings, our landscapes. Though most of the heritage in Barcelona is already privately owned, but still to a lot of people, this landscape is part of their city and is part of the belonging and the creating of a sense of caring. There's a really beautiful book, also the Caring Manifesto, very interesting to realize how we can link people to the space and how we can create this feeling of the wish of taking care. In a city, everybody has a different rhythm, and that changes in time. We are not always the same. We are young, then we grow up, maybe make families, maybe not. We go on changing, then we may have an accident, maybe our mobility is reduced, maybe not, maybe we just go on changing, and also that's our space, and this is important when we consider cities. We are not always the same, also feelings and the way we evolve is different. And usually when we design cities, we just define targets, but we don't understand that these targets are actually evolving and they will mutate anyway. So these categories cannot always match. And also in a city, there are really different usages and different areas, and you cannot implement a solution that's supposed to be for all the city. You have to really understand every neighborhood and every single community. That's why the neighborhood working has been a very good solution, because this conversation with the needs of every neighborhood helps us to understand which is their main priorities and what is actually needed. Trying to keep always a balanced investment in all of them, and certain facilities that have to be common or have to be in each one of them the same, because we have all the right to health. We have all the right to education, free health, free education, and space to meet, and all the other rights that we are actually following and having applied in our cities. And I think this is one of the values of, and that's why Barcelona is a city which is considered in the rankings a very good place to live, because we have this infrastructure and we take care of people. And we have to make it better every day, and this is something to improve, not to forget, and to continue working in it. This is a video that I'm sorry that we don't have time to see, but it's another concept that I recommend you to have a look at. It's the 15-minute meeting that has been applied in Paris. And just to look a little bit on some trends and some reports, we have that in, for example, in Boston areas, the bicycle lines are very supportive. People are willing to work and to invest more on outdoor sittings, dining, redesigning the areas. If you just start to look at statistics everywhere, just to sum up, because I know we are short on time, you realize that in a lot of cities, people are changing their mind and they are willing to implement bicycles and to implement the designing of the public space, something that has been not so easy before and now maybe is getting better. Also, another trend we have realized is the remote work. Well, we all remote work, so I don't have to explain to you. You perfectly know what's being a teacher and to teach to your students and to have it to do it from home, and what does it mean for everybody. What to me was surprising is that 1/3 of the people who were interviewed are actually wishing to stay home. And that means that we have to change the way we design our homes. These spaces now have to really think about how we can disconnect when we are home, how we can have a healthy working conditions in the end and living conditions, because designing the place we live now is also the place we work. Another thing that has changed space, and I think it's interesting in the future of design, is finding the public and private in the buildings. During COVID, we have realized that some people were alone, they needed help, the neighbor was coming over. In our buildings in Barcelona, not everybody has a terrace or has the option to see the sky. So we were sharing spaces, and a lot of community has also changed the way spaces have been used. And I think that is something to be looked for the designers, and to understand that what is the home is not what is the family. So it doesn't necessarily has to end up in these physical borders. And we have the possibility to start understand how we can also share private spaces and in which way we can, in which direction we can go. Today, I know it's really short time, but I have a friend here I would like to introduce. I know it's not very common, but I contact him a lot of times to ask about trends, and I think it's very interesting to have somebody that can talk with us what's happening in the automotive industry. So if you don't mind, I just give it to you. Sorry.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you, Leah Villagua, for the introduction and the chance to share some opinions with you. I'm working since almost 15 years in automotive industry and also transport. And our solutions are more or less around the world in R&D and also transportation used. And the automotive industry, as everybody is already aware of, is that going to electric-driven cars, to electric-driven concepts, and the design field they are taking is going from energy charging process also up to risk assessment and safety. In sustainable cities, in the individual mobility is fought for more human size, like bicycles and scooters. So the cars is not really there, or we don't see it so. But nevertheless, transportation of daily goods, of packages, and the dispatch of example trash can is still a challenge. So how to take it? The electric powertrain allows more variability in design for best fitting solutions. It's more easy to calculate and design, and based off existing components, much faster brought to the market. So, for example, the German Post was looking for collaboration with a big OEM for designing a simple, cheap transport wagon to deliver the post via electric van. But nobody was really interested in. But customized and customized to needs, there was no interest. So at the end, a small company was taking the challenge, and more than 20,000 pieces up to now were built. So the smart cities have a lot of challenges to bring stuff inside, but there is a lot of possibilities and a lot of freedom for us to design the things. And this is also an invitation for all of us to take the challenge and to take that new designs. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I think that we are already running out of time. Teachers always like to talk a lot. And thank you for your attention. And if there is any question, I'm happy to answer to it.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lia Vilahur, and also Mr. Matthias Schenker for your brief introduction. If I may assume a little bit about your presentation, you are mostly talk about the cities and smart cities and also sustainable cities, how the post-pandemic crisis in cities makes the city changes, what opportunities and challenges we are having, and that we are all experimenting in this new city design of the post-pandemic, because everybody is learning how to live with the pandemic and how we can manage to continue living in the city, how the city should work, etc. And it is also interesting that you mentioned that cities are dynamics and keep on evolving. So things needs to be keep on improve, and we need to make better every time for cities. And from Mr. Schenker, you also mentioned the challenge of smart cities in relation to automation, to automotive, actually. Okay, now I see that we have so many questions here in the chat box. Actually, we have the fifth keynote speaker, but it seems that he hasn't not awake yet. He's in Morocco. It's about 7 hours different from Indonesia. So while waiting for him, we will discuss first the questions in the chat box. So many I see here. Okay, wow, it's a long run. Okay, the first question from Mr. Muhammad Isa Pramana. He's writing in Indonesian. Good morning, everyone. His question is for Mr. Riksa Belasunda and Gary. To Mr. Riksa, is there any suggestion from you to build a creative industry ecosystem in the higher education context, which is realistic? And then, because there is a thought that the concept is not really basically in Indonesian universities. And to Gary, the questions is about the method. How do those methods could support the development of a cultural heritage, because it is one of the concern in Indonesia. Okay, maybe to Pak Riksa first, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ratri. I will answer the question from Mr. Isa. I will use in bahasa Indonesia supaya lebih akrab, itu ya. Oke, mungkin Ibu nanti bisa sampaikan juga dalam bahasa Inggris gitu ya. Mungkin saya lebih ini ke Pak Isa ya. Sebetulnya Pak Isa kalau saya lihat sih sepertinya ini ngawang-ngawang ya Pak Isa ya. Mau gimana ngebangun industri kreatif di kita? Ini kan seperti teoritis gitu. Padahal kalau kita lihat sebetulnya ruang itu sudah ada. Ruang itu sudah ada, tapi bagaimana kita mengisi ruang? Terutama adalah bicara soal tridharma perguruan tinggi, ya, berkaitan dengan pendidikan, kemudian kaitan dengan penelitian dan pengabdian masyarakat. Sebetulnya sekarang setiap universitas sudah diberikan otoritas yang hebat, gitu ya. Sekarang kan urusannya adalah bagaimana kemudian perguruan tinggi tersebut bisa membuat konsep dan mengimplementasikan konsep. Nah, di dalam pengabdian di dalam Tridharma perguruan tinggi itu misalnya, sekarang untuk di bagian pendidikannya, sebetulnya sekarang otoritas perguruan tinggi sudah luar biasa ya. Mau membangun kurikulum yang seperti apa ya? Apalagi kalau ini dikaitkan dengan fakultas kita, industri kreatif gitu ya, hubungannya dengan ini ya, Pak Isa ya. Kurikulumnya seperti apa sih gitu? Apakah kurikulum itu lebih mengutamakan jumlah SKS? Atau kurikulum itu lebih mengutamakan sebetulnya inti dari materi yang bisa didapat oleh mahasiswa? Dan apakah itu semua materi itu bisa diberikan di fakultas kita? Nah, sekarang sudah terbuka ruang yang cukup lebar sebetulnya. Dengan kita bisa melakukan kolaborasi dengan perguruan tinggi yang lain gitu ya. Ya, jadi soal kolaborasi dengan perguruan tinggi lain itu mungkin bukan hanya urusan mata kuliah yang sama tapi diambil dari perguruan tinggi yang berbeda. Tapi kita juga harus berpikir keilmuan utama kita di desain itu apa? Dan kemudian kita harus memperkaya keilmuan yang dari luar itu apa? Bekerja samanya seperti apa? Misalnya kita ada mata kuliah dasar dari desain itu kita pelajari di kita. Tapi kita bisa sebetulnya berkolaborasi dengan perguruan tinggi yang lain yang menawarkan mata kuliah, misalnya berkaitan dengan teknologi informasi, berkaitan dengan manajemen bisnis, gitu ya, misalnya seperti itu, berkaitan dengan soal urusan aturan main, gitu, ya, hukum dan sebagainya. Nah, itu sebetulnya peluang sangat terbuka. Yang pertama dari kurikulum, kita harus bisa bangun itu. Dan bagaimana kemudian kurikulum itu juga disampaikan oleh dosen kepada mahasiswanya dengan menggunakan metodologi pembelajaran yang paling tepat. Nah, sekarang kan lebih banyak dosen menjadi manusia setengah dewa ya. Agak sulit untuk kemudian dia bisa menyetarakan diri dengan mahasiswa, padahal dengan penyetaraan itu ya, itu akan lebih terbuka kesempatan dan lebih nyaman untuk kita bisa menyampaikan materi. Dan dosen bukan hanya satu-satunya yang paling benar gitu ya. Dosen itu harusnya menjadi fasilitator dan segala macam untuk kemudian bersama-sama dengan mahasiswa melakukan penguatan materi yang bisa mereka dapat untuk pembekalan mereka nanti di industri. Kemudian di penelitian juga sama. Mungkin kita juga harus sudah membuat fokus penelitian seperti apa. Nah, ini sebetulnya ruangnya Pak Isa gitu ya di kelompok keahlian. Nah, di penelitian ini juga sebetulnya bukan hanya soal budaya lokal tradisional, tapi bagaimana itu nanti kita kembangkan menjadi sebuah nilai budaya itu menjadi model untuk yang memberikan manfaat dalam kehidupan yang real. Ya. Kemudian juga ada di penelitian mungkin kita perlu mengembangkan model pengembangan kreativitas. Kita lebih banyak juga harus memahami tentang user experience, dan kemudian kita juga belajar tentang media studies. Karena itu media itu berkembangnya sangat progresif gitu ya. Nah, itu juga menjadi tantangan sebetulnya buat kita. Nah, kemudian untuk di pengabdian masyarakat juga sebetulnya kita juga bisa membuat fokus untuk misalnya bagaimana kita membuat pelatihan untuk kemudian misalnya membuat entrepreneur yang berkaitan dengan industri kreatif. Jadi sebetulnya ruang itu sudah ada di Tridharma perguruan tinggi. Tapi apa yang bisa dilakukan di bidang pendidikannya? Apa yang bisa dilakukan oleh kita sebagai akademisi atau lembaga pendidikan tinggi berkaitan dengan penelitian, research, bagaimana berkaitan dengan pengabdian pada masyarakat. Barangkali secara umumnya seperti itu ya, Pak Isa. Terima kasih Bu Ratri, Pak Isa.
Okay, thank you, Pak Reksa. I will translate to other colleagues from other universities. So in short, Mr. Reksa said that the key in the education of creative industry is in the curriculum and also the method of how lecturers should teach the students. And also he mentioned about research in the universities, about lecturing methods in the universities, and how the community services can also become a part of this education system. Well, in brief, it's the answer from Mr. Isa to Mr. Isa. Okay, so for the second questions to Gary. Okay, please.
It's about like cultural heritage, right? And this is a great question because I'm kind of make me reflect to think about now currently I work closely with MIT Office of Sustainability, and it's actually the same thing. The reason I say that because think about as designer, we work with people, right? People's behavior and how people make decision. And I think culture is kind of the result, the process of decision making. So when I work with MIT Office of Sustainability, if I would try to bring design culture in their office, and it's really hard because they have so many people they need to manage, right? Every department or labs or like other unit, they want budget, they want funding. So how can we use design to drive the conversation and build a very creative like culture in the office? And I view this as a complex or systematic challenges. So that's why how do you bring ritual, right? How do you design how do you redesign or rethink about the organization? And I feel like the reason why I bring this framework like system thinking or system engineering with design process is like, if you view this as a systematic challenges, we definitely could kind of identify who's the key stakeholder, right? What are the components we need to decompose, right? Remember like OPM, like who are the object in this situation? What are the key people we need to think about, or a key pain point or like touch point we need to think about or consider it? Yeah, so I feel like it's the topic I haven't really tackled with before, but I think it definitely is a huge potential. We could use that methodology to solve, to try to figure it out. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Gary, for your answer. We will move to the next question from Mr. Randy Pandita to Mr. Riksa. I would like to ask about how to pertain challenges from foreign culture in your own findings. Is there any threat from subculture, which, as we know, is foreign culture adapted globally? Can we see this as opportunity or as a threat? Thank you. Please, Pak Riksa.
Oke, Bu Ratri, terima kasih. Saya akan terima kasih untuk pertanyaannya Pak Randy. Saya akan jawab dalam bahasa Indonesia ya Pak Randy. Oke, sebetulnya kalau kita melihat tentang masuknya budaya asing, kita bisa melihat sebetulnya bukan itu hanya sebagai sebuah ada yang menyebut itu sebagai ancaman, gitu ya. Ada yang menyebut itu sebagai sebuah peluang, ada yang menyebut itu sebagai sebuah tantangan. Ini sebetulnya bisa jadi tergantung kepada kita melihatnya. Misalnya gini, kita bisa melihat masuknya budaya asing itu kita bisa melihat sebagai opportunity, tapi sekaligus juga sebagai challenges gitu ya. Misalnya bahwa masuknya budaya asing bisa dilihat bukan hanya sebagai tantangan, tapi juga sekaligus sebagai opportunity tadi gitu ya. Karena kita bicara soal kita melihat keragaman budaya itu sebagai opportunity. Nah, keragaman budaya itu kita tidak bisa statis hanya di budaya yang ada di kita saja, budaya lokal Indonesia, tetapi juga budaya itu tetap akan terjadi sebuah akulturasi, akan terjadi sebuah percampuran gitu ya, akan terjadi menjadi sebuah subkultur yang lain gitu. Nah, ini sebetulnya dilihat sebagai sebuah peluang gitu ya, sebuah hal yang bagus. Tapi juga ada yang melihat ini sebagai sebuah tantangan gitu ya. Begini, mungkin penjelasan lebih lanjut seperti ini. Misalnya masuknya budaya asing, akulturasi budaya lokal maupun substitusi merupakan tantangan bagi pengembangan industri kreatif yang berdasarkan kepada budaya lokal. Kalau kita memikirnya hanya budaya lokal, itu jadi sebagai tantangan. Tapi kalau kita melihat bahwa budaya lokal itu juga tidak bisa statis, hanya diam gitu ya, itu akan terkena pengaruh juga dari luar. Gitu. Masuknya pengaruh asing ini akan memiliki budaya aslinya sehingga produk kreatif pun menjadi kehilangan jati dirinya. Kalau kita melihat itu sebagai sebuah ancaman, gitu ya. Namun bukan berarti bahwa semua budaya asing itu buruk. Banyak hal yang didapatkan dari budaya asing. Misalnya, kita tidak melihat budaya itu hanya sebagai budaya tradisional saja. Misalnya masuk budaya asing itu berupa teknologi tepat guna. Hal yang perlu ditekankan adalah mengupayakan budaya asing yang masuk dapat memperkokoh budaya lokal. Jadi bukan untuk ditolak, tetapi kemudian kita melihat apa sih sebetulnya manfaat budaya asing itu untuk kita. Itu bisa menjadi sebuah peluang dan sekaligus menjadi tantangan buat kita kemudian bisa memanfaatkan atau menggunakan budaya asing tersebut, gitu ya, karena kita juga tidak bisa menafikan gitu bahwa memang budaya asing itu termasuk ke dalamnya adalah teknologi, ya, seperti itu barangkali Bu Ratri, Pak Randy. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Pak Riksa, for the explanation. I will translate again. So, Mr. Riksa answer on the question is that foreign culture is seen both as opportunity and challenges, because in the opportunity itself, we see that culture is diverse, very diverse, and there will be acculturation in it. The question is, what is the benefit of having the foreign culture into our culture, and how to use it wisely? Okay, thank you, Pak Riksa, for the answer. And then we will move on to the next question. We have a question from Mr. Wibisono Gunaputra. His question is for Ms. Almar. Very comprehensive and great explanation. Thank you. I want to ask Ms. Almar a question. First, what do you mean by cultural crisis? Isn't it a cultural dynamic? So if humans are in cultural spheres, won't they always be in crisis? That's the first. The second, the general view in Indonesia, even among academics, is that they often place culture separately from other aspects of life. Some see culture only on the aspect of tradition, which is then exotified. I ask your help to explain clearly to the audience that culture is an everyday culture is an everyday event around us, as you described in your presentation. So it's not only about the traditional culture. Thank you. Please.
Thank you for the question. I will answer your comment about what is culture, and I come from a cultural studies perspective, and cultural studies is a theoretical field that is about cultural analysis. So in cultural studies, we see culture as everyday. It's not something separate. So it's whatever we do in society. So from media to our everyday interactions to the way cities are formed, everything that we've talked about today, design thinking, that's all part of culture. So in the cultural studies sphere, and as a body of literature, as well as a body of theoretical thinking and teaching, we see it as part of our everyday. So it's an analysis of contemporary culture. Looking at, I hope that answers some of the question. And when it relates to cultural crises, we're looking at, rather than cultural dynamics, that I see it as a crisis because when we have a crisis in society, and there are many, as I said, that especially in the 21st century, that it shifts cultural and societal behaviors. So the crisis has an impact on the way society responds. So it changes. So that crisis has a result of that. It impacts our society. So dynamics is, I see it as more as like changes in society, but a crisis has impact. And what is that impact? And so from a cultural studies theoretical position, we're looking at what is the impact? How does it impact on our everyday, whether it's moving through the city, looking at things, how we interact with each other.
Okay, thank you. So it is quite clear. So dynamics is basically just changes happen around every day. So maybe we don't notice it, but crisis is really something that attire our attention, something maybe like that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next question from Miss Nisa Ekanastiti. She asks, Gary, in your opinion, will there be any shifting in terms of design methodology or design thinking process in the future? Please, Gary.
Yeah, I think this is a great question. I think not just like the methodology, I think the whole industry, the job description, the job market also changed. The reason I say that because when I left IDEO, now they're hiring more organization designer, a system designer. So think about like if designer only know how to design, that's fundamental. I mean, design skill is very important. That's the foundation of skill. But think about if you want to solve more systematic challenges, we need to learn more. And then it's not just like methodology change, the mindset need to change. We need to acquire more knowledge and not just like a design skill, because the design skill is one of the communication skill, right? Think about other potential skill you need to have. You need to learn how to speak other people's language in order to integrate the language for design and then make more impactful like result and outcome. So I feel like definitely it's already happening. There's no way come back. Yeah, the reason I say that because I think about like COVID, right? Even now we're back to normal, it'll be a new normal, right? Because as human, we're all lazy. So think about if you could do the Zoom call, what's the purpose to do in person, right? Because we need to have body language, the touch, right? Every single movement behavior matters. So what are the things between like not just about 0 or 1 things, like we need to do like 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. So these are the detailed thing. I feel like that's the designer we need to think ahead, think forward. Otherwise, it will be really hard to survive. Yeah. Thank you. Hope it replied the question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Maybe one more addition to your answer is that you said we need to learn others' language, not in the meaning of human language, but knowledge language, right? So, for example, we need to learn in the cross or multidisciplinary way.
Yes. One of the examples is like, because I mean, work in MIT is very extreme environment, is very, very extreme because the way they view design is very different. Everyone view themselves as designer, right? How can you say I'm not designer? I'm engineer. I know how to do engineer design. I know how to do architecture design, right? So the meaning I'm saying, okay, language, that means like you have to know, okay, what we want to achieve. And then we need to find the root cause, right? Not just like very service level, right? Okay, design something quickly or you see the performance. No, it has to be on that. You guys share the similar vision in the future. What are the goals? What are the motivation for your teammate, right? For example, when I work like sustainable project, the hardest part is less about design the safe and sustainable lab. The hardest part is to align all key stakeholders. That's the hardest part. And that takes patience, takes time. Think about like your human skill, communication skill, leadership skill. And I think that all counts as a new type of language for designers.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Enlightening. Okay, we have another question for you and also to Ms. Lia Vilahur. How design thinking and system thinking methodology could have a realistic impact in sustainable issues, such as sustainable education and sustainable cities? Thank you. Okay, maybe from Gary or from Ms. Lia Vilahur, up to you.
Oh, go ahead. I talk too much. I need some water and coffee.
It's okay for me. Just go ahead. There'll be more. It's fine. Just answer it.
Okay, I decide then. Gary, you can go first.
Yeah, go coffee later. Okay, kidding. No, I think system engineering and system thinking is hard to really define clearly. It's really like chicken and eggs question. So because I have no answer for now. I think like it's like the way they look at things, that their perspective is very beautiful. Yeah, because I think why and system engineering success so successful in their field, there's a secret sauce we need to learn from it. And then I feel like in return regarding to like a sustainable city, like smart city, or like the big systematic topic currently or in the future, that's kind of the thing we as designer we need to think, like not just think, also think, make action, how we're going to solve that type of question. Because now I feel, especially in our education system, it's relatively slow because everything happens so fast in industry, right? And how can we bridge the gap? I think as educator, as teacher, as professor, as a faculty member, we need to think deeper. Same as students, right? How can we open our mind to learn something outside our field, and how to define your own field, right? We talk about a lot of time. We heard people, oh, we need to be a T-shaped person, right? how do you define your craft, your like a vertical part versus your horizontal part? And that's really, really important to really like try and prototype and fail faster and fail forward.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ria?
I just realized a lot of things are going to be the same answer by you and me, Sheng Hongye. It's a lot of things we are actually, it's the same answer always. Yes, it's true. We are in a new reality because things have changed or they have just come to reality much quickly. So it changes. And as human beings, we have never thought that something like this would happen. So for sure there is an impact. And for sure we're going to focus to the future in a different way. And also we have seen that when governments are placed together, the world can change in 2 days. And we've been trying to solve ecological issues about how to save the world. There was no way to save the world, but when it's about saving ourselves, we are pretty quick. In a way, the pandemic showed that not everything is in the same level and not everything is being treated the same. But when we are agreeing in something, we can do the things pretty quickly and we can change pretty quickly. In a way, how long time trying to change the bicycle path in Barcelona and then boom, whoops, what happened? We just go out to the road in 1 year, we were a little bit confined and we can cycle now, guys. And we have been discussing for 10 years about, guys, cycling in Barcelona is so difficult. Shoop, the pandemic, now we have electric bicycles. It's pretty crazy. And I still think that it's just a question to prioritize and to understand what it's really meaningful and what do we need to do as a social and human beings. In a way, what's important for us. And yes, this design we have to do and this future is for all of us, is inclusive, because either we are dead or we are alive. So if we are alive, we do have a future. So it's the future to design for all of us. So I just think it's a question of deciding that this is what we want to do. And we can sit down and talk it for ages, but each one of us has the power to change it at the end, because society is putting together people at the end. There is no cities without people. There is no society without people. Society is all of us at the end. And I think that it's really beautiful that we are together in this speech. It's really beautiful we change opinions. It's nice that we are from different countries and we just realized that we believe the same, that a better future is there when we work together, for sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we still have so many questions here. I have maybe about 9 more or 10. Okay, we will see one by one. I hope we still have enough time. Now, this one is from Mr. Yuwono Dinata. He's from University of Ciputra in Surabaya. He has been looking at the website of you, Gary, and he also saw you when teach Arduino class in 2017. He sees how you engage with students and he wants to ask if your class have already used design thinking or system engineering, and could you share a little bit of your experience? That's the questions.
Yes, I think this is a great question because like I think this is not out of topic. The reason is like because when I was trying to taught like Arduino or like programming to the class is really hard. It's painful because change is never to be easy, right? And then somehow the reason why we need to learn like very easy the coding 101 is like you have to learn how to communicate with engineer, right? You have to know, okay, when you design the mouse, design the electronic device, you have to know some basic stuff in order to have communication skill. You don't, as designer, we don't need to be perfect to be every role or like every job. You have to know how to read people, right? And then that's kind of the basic language I feel like you have to learn, acquire as designer. So that's why like I taught that course, but it's really hard for people who just learn the program, but I think it's worth it when you acquire the skill. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I will hold the questions arriving for now because we have our 5th speaker arriving already. To Mr. Muhammad Lazar, maybe the committee can help pinning him in the Zoom. Committee? We haven't seen his face.
Oui, bonjour.
Bonjour, Mohamed.
Oui, ça va.
Ok. Oui, ok. Alors, bonjour Mohamed, ça va bien?
Oui, très bien.
D'accord. On t'attend depuis quelques minutes là.
Ah, d'accord, je suis là.
Ok. Alors, tu vas présenter en français, c'est ça?
Oui, j'avais envoyé une présentation mixte où il y a du français et de l'anglais.
D'accord. Ok.
Mais pour la présentation, je ferai en français.
D'accord. To the committee, maybe I will need your help to translate the presentation of Mr. Lazar because he will present in French. And maybe you can help by typing the translation in the chat box. And to the committee also, Mr. Lazar said he had sent you the presentation. There is a presentation all in French and the bilingual. So maybe you can present the bilingual one so everyone can keep up his presentation. Alors, Mohamed, la temps est à toi. Et je te la parole. Please, Mr. Mohamed Lazar, for your presentation.
Bien, tout d'abord, merci pour l'invitation. Le sujet que je vous propose s'intitule Art traditionnel et créativité sociale au Maroc. Son objectif ou le but de cette recherche, dans le next slide, consiste à étudier les rapports qui existent entre les arts traditionnels au Maroc et la créativité sociale. Parce que les arts traditionnels sont un produit social. Et en fait, les arts traditionnels au Maroc trouvent leur expression dans la production artisanale mobilière. S'il vous plaît, la slide suivante.
Next slide.
Oui. C'est ça, c'est que les arts traditionnels, elles trouvent leur expression dans une production artisanale mobilière. Ça veut dire qu'on a des objets mobiliers qui rentrent dans cet art traditionnel, mais il y a aussi ce qui est le décor ou l'habillement des surfaces, qui est aussi le produit de cet art artisanal, ce qui nous permet de dire que les arts traditionnels trouvent leur production à la fois dans un patrimoine qui est mobilier, comme des objets que nous allons présenter, mais aussi il y a dans le décor architectural, c'est aussi de l'art traditionnel. Je ne sais pas s'il y aura une traduction, je passe directement parce que c'est écrit. Et de façon générale, l'artisanat du Maroc, il regroupe un ensemble d'activités artistiques traditionnelles qui sont le reflet de cette créativité sociale extraordinaire. Pour donner des exemples de ces activités qui sont connues dans notre pays, qui lui donnent une personnalité, parce que vraiment le Maroc, dans le monde, il a une personnalité culturelle et qui est liée à cette tradition artisanale. Et on peut donner ici des exemples. On a par exemple les tapis marocains, surtout par exemple les tapis berbères et les tapis citadins aussi, ils ont une spécificité. On a la céramique et la poterie aussi. On a ce qu'on appelle les liges, aussi les tuiles, le bois, la ferronnerie et dénanderie, la broderie brocart et les bijoux aussi. Et là, il y a vraiment une spécificité et une personnalité de la culture marocaine dans ces différents arts. On passe à next pour voir quelle est l'inspiration ou d'où ces arts traditionnels sont-ils inspirés. Ici, on peut dire que les lignes directrices de ces arts s'inscrivent généralement dans le cadre de l'art islamique. Malgré, on peut le dire, qu'il y a une grande contribution de différentes communautés marocaines dans le développement de ces arts, et aussi que le Maroc a une diversité culturelle, une diversité ethnique. On a des Arabes, on a des Juifs, on a des Amazirs, on a des Sahraouis. Mais de façon générale, malgré quelques spécificités, on peut dire que l'art en terre d'islam, c'est un art d'inspiration religieuse. Il y a vraiment une présence religieuse. Et là, on va donner dans next slide une citation de Jacques Berck qui a travaillé sur le sujet, qui est un anthropologue très connu. C'est un anthropologue français qui a travaillé au Maroc pour longtemps. Et dans sa citation, il dit « Par définition, l'art musulman est non figuratif par décret divin. Dieu étant le façonnier par excellence, al-musawwir, c'est le terme arabe de façonnier, musawwir, et tout taswir, tout façonnement d'images plastiques et surtout de volume, disons sculpture, serait impie parce que faisait concurrence déloyale à la création. C'est là une des caractéristiques, disons, de l'art qui rentre dans le cadre de l'art musulman, c'est que si on rentre dans le façonnement et dans la sculpture, il y a une concurrence à la création divine. Et même s'il y a vraiment certaines spécificités, par exemple, dans d'autres traditions, comme par exemple, je parle ici de l'Iran, par exemple, mais de façon générale, on a moins de présence de façonnement et de sculpture dans les arts du Maroc. Et c'était lié à cette concurrence qu'on ne veut pas faire à la création divine. Maintenant, on passe à l'autre slide pour présenter cette diversité des arts traditionnels du Maroc et pour dire que le champ d'application de ces arts est tellement étendu à différentes réalisations remarquables par leur forme. On a des formes différentes, on a des matériaux aussi différents et on a des couleurs différentes. Et qu'ils soient d'origine rurale, citadine ou saharienne, les différents objets ont une originalité dans la créativité et véhiculent d'importantes informations culturelles. On a ici, on peut le voir, que les formes de ces arts, leurs matériaux, leurs couleurs sont différents et ils sont liés à la présentation d'une identité et d'une information culturelle. On passe pour voir ces exemples et on commence par exemple avec les tapis. Next slide. C'est ça, c'est que les tapis, il a vraiment une forme rectangulaire et c'est une partie essentielle du mobilier de toute demeure marocaine. Il couvre la surface délimitée par les devants, pas des pièces de chaque habitation. Et sa polychromie et ses motifs donnent une tache colorée dans les pièces et c'est lié vraiment à un paysage qu'on trouve à l'intérieur des surfaces des maisons ou c'est comme des tableaux qu'on a dans les différentes maisons. C'est ça le tapis, vraiment, c'est une pièce artistique qui embellit les surfaces des maisons marocaines. Ensuite, on a aussi la céramique et la poterie. Et pour la différence entre céramique et poterie, normalement, c'est la présence de la glaçure, mais de façon générale, on parle aussi de la présence citadine de la céramique, c'est dans les villes. Et pour dans le milieu rural, on parle surtout de la poterie. Et la céramique se développe dans des villes, par exemple, comme Fès, comme Meknès, comme Safi, comme Marrakech. Pour la poterie, elle se développe dans les campagnes. Ensuite, pour le zlige, c'est un dérivé de la céramique. C'est un art qui est dérivé probablement de la mosaïque byzantine. Il est fait de pierres colorées et de smalt. Mais le zlige maintenant, c'est un produit spécifiquement artisanal au Maroc, de par sa modestie et son l'originalité et l'habilité dont il faut faire preuve dans sa fabrication. Il s'agit en fait de carreaux de terre de 10 cm, 10 cm couverts d'émail, et ces carreaux sont taillés manuellement et ensuite travaillés pour donner vraiment un décor à une pièce ou à un mur. Pour le travail de bois aussi, c'est aussi un autre art traditionnel, et on le trouve pour le bois, on le trouve dans les linteaux, on le trouve dans les portes, les fenêtres, et ensuite pour la ferronnerie et la dinanderie, c'est le travail du métal. Et ensuite pour la broderie, le brocart, c'est le travail du textile, et pour les bijoux, ils sont connus, c'est pour embellir la femme, les portes pour s'embellir, et c'est un art qui est développé aussi au Maroc. On passe à l'autre slide pour arriver à cette créativité sociale, en disant que la créativité d'une société dans le domaine des arts traditionnels se base sur 3 éléments. Premièrement, sur la culture de ces individus, en particulier les aptitudes, les compétences techniques des artisans. Il se base deuxièmement sur l'environnement social général, qui doit être encourageant envers la créativité, parce que même s'il y a une habilité, il y a une volonté, mais s'il n'y a pas un contexte qui permet d'encourager cette créativité, on ne peut pas vraiment développer cette créativité. Et on a troisièmement, next slide, troisièmement, la créativité aussi est liée à l'économie, qui doit investir dans le domaine de la culture, en ayant une stratégie de développement des arts et des secteurs et afférents. Par conséquent, nous pouvons dire d'un côté que la créativité est associée au dynamisme, au progrès, au talent, à la modernité et à l'innovation. Et d'un autre côté, next slide, cette créativité, quant à elle, est liée à la culture. C'est le reflet de la culture. Elle apporte beaucoup aux arts en permettant l'émergence de visions, d'idées et de produits nouveaux. Ainsi, en conclusion, nous pouvons dire que cette créativité sociale dans son rapport aux arts traditionnels, c'est vraiment le moteur qui permet de refléter et d'être l'espace miroir de l'identité et de la culture. Et pour l'évolution qu'on a connue au Maroc, c'est que malgré cet héritage islamique et cette volonté de garder toujours ce rapport de créativité à l'intérieur et dans le cadre de l'inspiration islamique, mais vraiment, on a aujourd'hui une certaine évolution vers d'autres manières, et surtout avec la présence d'artistes modernes qui innovent dans le domaine des arts et en imitant d'autres courants qui sont connus au niveau international. Et je vous remercie.
Okay, thank you, Mohammed. Merci, Mohammed, for the presentation. Thank you, Mohammed, for the presentation. And we will continue then our discussion. First of all, I will briefly resume presentation of Mr. Mohammed Lazar. He was presenting about the creative activity and the social creativity, or in this case, the creativity of the society with the study case in Morocco. And he said that the Islamic art is dominating the artwork, even though there are many ethnics in Morocco. And they have diversity of the traditional arts with the different form, because they have been created by different societies which reflect their identities. Okay. Now we will continue to our discussion, which we left over a few minutes ago. If there are any question to other keynote, do not hesitate to write down or raise your hand. Okay, we were at Mr. Yuwano. Okay, now we'll continue to Miss Diah Ayu. Miss Diah Ayu is from Telkom University. Her question is to Mr. Riksa. I am curious about your topic, but I will engage it to the film industry, the case in our country that happen right now. My question actually come up with my anxiety in competitiveness and massive Korean wave product, drama and film. The Koreans strongly adopt both slogan learning from Hollywood and Asian stays from Japanese that become such cultural hybridization in their drama. So what do you think about our industry content in the film, drama, etc.? Should it be carrying out the globalization where countries make a huge competition in the 4.0 era? This Pariksa.
Oke, terima kasih Bu Ratri. Saya mencoba menjawab dari pertanyaan dari Ibu Ayu ya. Ini sebetulnya adalah kita merasa ada di zona nyaman, gitu ya, zona aman. Jadi kita nggak mau bergerak gitu kalau lihat dari industri film, gitu ya. Kita sudah puas dengan apa yang ada sekarang. Penontonnya itu aja, ceritanya itu aja. Coba kalau kita lihat di sinetron, gitu ya. Misalnya Suara Hati Istri, ceritanya gitu aja, struktur kontennya sama aja. Padahal sebetulnya kita bisa melebarkan pasar. Nah ini sebetulnya nanti bisa dijawab juga sama Pak Geri ya, urusan Korea gitu, film Korea. Oke. Nah ini sebetulnya kalau kita lihat di Jepang sama di Korea itu sebetulnya pemerintah itu juga punya andil di dalam pengembangan industri film di sana. Misalnya bicara soal tadi Korean Wave gitu ya, itu sebetulnya adalah sebuah keputusan yang diambil sebagai sebuah strategi dari pemerintah Korea bagaimana memasarkan film Korea atau Cool Japan gitu ya. Itu juga sama sebetulnya. Jadi pemerintah di sini ikut andil dalam bagaimana mengembangkan industri film. Bagaimana cara mengembangkannya? Nah, mereka terutama bicara soal pasarnya harus meluas. Bagaimana cara meluas itu? Bicara soal konten dan bagaimana pendekatan kepada penontonnya. Ya, kita bicara di sini soal brand strategi. Korea punya brand strateginya sendiri. Misalnya kita bicara soal learning from Hollywood, gitu ya. Atau bicara Jepang bicara soal Asian taste, ya. Nah, itu adalah sebuah brand strategi yang dibuat oleh pemerintah dengan kebijakan kreatif yang mereka bikin. Nah, pendekatannya adalah karena penontonnya dengan latar belakang budaya yang berbeda, pendekatan yang paling mudah itu dengan tadi cultural hybridization. Bicara soal budaya populer gitu ya. Nah, sebetulnya ketika bicara soal budaya populer, sebetulnya budaya lokal itu tetap dimasukkan sama mereka. Itulah strateginya sebetulnya. Ya, mungkin nanti kalau bicara sama Pak Geri, annyeonghaseyo gitu ya. Nah, itu sebetulnya di kita budayanya jauh lebih beragam. Potensi itu jauh lebih besar. Tapi bagaimana kita yang ada di lingkungan pendidikan di film, bagaimana pemerintah yang punya nanti kebijakan bagaimana mengembangkan industri film, itulah tantangan sebetulnya ya. Nah, itu sebenarnya PR kita sama-sama ya. Wah, Indonesia kalau bicara soal budaya itu dari Sabang sampai Merauke, bagaimana mengemas itu dalam kemasan budaya populer sehingga pasarnya lebih luas, itulah tantangan yang luar biasa. Intinya itu kali ya, Bu Ayu. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rifsa. I will translate briefly. So our film industry is very stagnant abroad in the other countries. There is a role of government in the development of this industry, in the film industry. The key point in this film industry is brand strategy and also the content of the film. And the third is the viewer's cultural background. So briefly, that is the answer of Mr. Riksa. He mentioned a few times, he said maybe Gary can explain also because he thinks you're from Korea. Gary dari Taiwan, Pak. Taiwan.
Yeah, I'm from Taiwan, but I look like from Korea, and also my last name is Oee, so people thought I'm from Korea.
Okay, I have second question here from Miss Ayu to Miss Paniza and to Gary. Your topic was also so amazing. Actually, our village has underwater photography concept with unique diving experience with fish inside and namely Umbul Ponggok Klaten. The name of the village is Umbul Ponggok Klaten. It is viral in Indonesia and become a village iconic tourism. Because of this concept, tourists around the world comes and the village got 9.6 billion income per year, but everything is difficult because of the pandemic. The question is what kind of innovation can we make instead of a real underwater photography to attract tourists during the pandemic? So to Ms. Paniza and to Gary, please. Maybe Ms. Paniza first.
Okay. It's a very interesting question and also an issue shared amongst other areas that rely on tourism. I would suggest just promoting the tourist experience through the virtual realm. So perhaps having live feeds where tourists can go on and maybe there's funding income through advertising where people can go in and have a look at the amazing scenery of the diving experience. So having it virtually, a virtual tour might be one strategy. I'll hand over to Gary now. He might have something more innovative.
Yeah, so the questions about, sorry, can you help me understand the question a bit more? Is it like art and design? Can you tell me more about the question?
Okay, well, she doesn't speak anything about design, but she was asking if there is any innovation we can make in making underwater photography as a tourist attraction. So actually, yes, this is one the underwater attraction which people visit, but now because of the pandemic, it stops.
Yeah. I think so. If I because this type of challenge or design brief I never worked before, so I would like kind of step back to think about based on like the previous keynote speaker say like, oh, think about the tourists, right? Think about the tourism. So think about the overall like why people want to go underwater, for example, or what motivates them to do this. And then is it for entertainment, for education purpose, or for other reasons? And then we could think about, if that's the case, for example, like for education, right? We need to teach people about appreciate the creature underwater, for example. And then we need to think about, okay, if that's the case, how we're going to design the experience for them, right? Experience like ties to the object, the product, the services, not just about the space or like physical thing, including all your online experiences. Like how do you pre-order like tickets online, for example, especially now in COVID, right? Today, I mean, 16 minutes ago is the first day of semester at MIT. It's the first time like after a year shut down, people are back to like campus. Okay, if we're back to campus for students, how do we show our COVID test, right? How tell people we're safe, we're healthy, and do we need to bring our like vaccinated like document or paper? Is everything stored or apps, right? And what's the interaction between students and like lecturer, professor, right? People need to all wear masks indoors. So if we could step back to think about the purpose, think about the overall like picture, that would be very helpful for us to design the detail of the topic.
Okay, thank you to both of you. I hope that answers the question to Miss Ayu, sorry. Okay, we move on to the next question. This is from Mr. Dodi Pristia. He's the head of the Department of Interior Design in Telkom University. He would like to ask Ms. Bilahur and Mr. Schrenker a question. When viewed from the case in Indonesia, the public transportation system in cities such as Bandung is still not well integrated. So the use of alternative transportation such as bicycle is still a hobby and prestige. Because of this, how can related parties such as architects, designers, and other stakeholders be able to encourage the integration of proposal with regulation from the government, which of course have many interests and priorities, and how to measure the success of this proposed program? Please.
Okay, thank you for that question. As Mr. Lee already talked before, it's about alignment and it's about leadership regarding that. Yes, for sure, there are so many parties which has to consider it and has to be aligned at the end. But sometimes it's also that you can explain quite easy things, like, for example, the value of the buildings is still with the people inside. So if the environment and the area is still livable, the value is still there of the buildings or of the environment. So it is about finding the right answers to their question and to their needs to integrate. And at the end, we can also have to go into a dialogue, and with that to find also, is there some other needs, like we saw in Barcelona, to have, for example, the storage places for bicycle or something like that. So not all the questions they have are already on the table, and therefore we have to go into dialogues with them.
Okay, Ms. Lia Bilawur, maybe you have answers?
Yeah, that's exactly this. As Matthias just told, when we are trying to solve a problem, we have to talk with each stakeholder. We have to see what are the needs. And this is not a solution that can be taken in one direction only, but has to be a consensus. So anyway, we have to sit down and talk which are the priorities and what's the development of the city. I don't think that there is only one way, and it won't change in the future. In a way, it's true, politicians may have a direction, but the moment they see that for their campaign or for their business or for any of their interest is in the public interest also to have a better city, they may join the project. I don't think there is only one way and there is only one answer. I think that we have to have much more data, have to see specifically what does it mean to give the concrete answer. But as a general idea, yes, I truly believe that we have to set up dialogue.
Okay, thank you. And maybe, like you said before, to set up dialogue, it might take years to be implemented. Okay, thank you. And we move to the next question from Mr. Terbit Setia. He's from Telkom University. He would like to ask Ms. Bilawur again. I am very interested about post-pandemic trend that change our behavior to become more concerned about health, environment concern, and doing outdoor activity. I think it is good for sustainability of our world, but somehow, especially in Indonesia, the good post-pandemic trend is only temporary happening. So how and what factor that we need to sustain the good post-pandemic trend, especially in Europe? Thank you.
So I think that this is not something we have to do. It is something, when we're talking about trends, something that we observe that is happening. So it may not happen in the same places in the same way. There is a kind of line that starts to be in the table. So people are starting to question themselves about, oh, what does it mean to ride more bicycle, or what does it mean to walk the city different, or how the things are changing. When we start to place an item on the table that was not talked before, it's already an opportunity. And how it's going to evolve, it depends on the whole society. And luckily, the majority has always the answer. So when the majority decides to go in a certain direction, we as society go. It's not so easy that one individual can change the whole thinking of a society, but it is happening. So I always think it's about giving it the value. So when we, for example, as institutions decide that this is actually a trend or a thing we want to continue working on the projects we work, on the things we do, we implement it. It becomes part of our design thinking. And so therefore it's going to the whole society. Changes are not something that may happen sometimes very quickly. Sometimes just need time. They need people to get involved. They need people to have the empathy with the problem and to solve it. If in Indonesia you have another problem, this is much more urgent, that the bicycle or the sustainable or whatever, I perfectly understand that people are not willing to go or to embrace this thing when they have something that is super urgent because maybe they need just to survive or something much more complicated or just their family issues or whatever thing it is. The point is just to not to divide and say you take one path or you take the other. It's like, let's make it go in the same direction. Let's make that this sustainable change is also something beneficial for society and is economically sustainable. I don't think that changes for a better society have to go against economic principles and have to go something that people cannot survive out of it. We have to make it possible to have a benefit, economical benefit for everybody, because everybody wants to have certain living conditions. And at the same time, something that is good for our intercommunication and for our world at the end, because we live here and it doesn't matter how many money we have at the end, we are all dead in a way. The environment we have to take care, the way we interact with people, we have to take care. We all realize that at the end, working a lot it is not funny if you cannot have time with your family. Compromise, consensus, dialogue, I think this would be the answer to most of the questions that are being placed today. And I don't think that there is one single answer to a problem. I just think we have to see the problems in a more bigger mind map, like Lee has just told. I was really amazed about your conference because it really changed the way I could present that idea. It's true. At the end, these mind maps really can help a lot to perceive projects, because every problem that we are facing today is something that we cannot solve as a single person, like it used to be in ancient times, a designer that solves a problem. It's over. It's not going to happen anymore. Problems are much more complex, are multidisciplinary, and involves a lot of people. And we have to find a way to talk with each one of the stakeholders. And they may not speak our own language. They have other communication and other elements that are right for them. I think this kind of designer facilitator that allows things to happen is sometimes just much important as the designer itself, because we need the strategies, we need the path, we need to create and to go in a certain direction. And for that, we have to be aware. And I think raising awareness is one of the first and more important things. And that can be done like Panizza is doing through art, or others are doing from design. It's a subject on the table. And I think we are going in the right direction. And I think pandemic makes us think again, because we realize that we can die any moment. This is something that people doesn't like to think about, but pandemic tells, yes, you can die tomorrow, you can die any moment. And this is why we have a new reality, because we have more awareness. And therefore we are starting to think a little bit different about the space. And also we realize that being alone has really been very complicated. We never thought that we'd be close at home in the way we did. So I think that it is going in that direction already. Or at least I hope.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bella.
We have a thank you message here from Mr. Dodi. Vielen Dank für Ihre klare Erklärung, Frau Bilahur, und Herr schönen Tag.
Also vielen Dank auch.
Okay, we arrived to our last question to Mr. Lazar from Miss Nisa Ekanastiti. Monsieur Lazare, pardon, je ne parle pas français, but there is a translation there below. Y a-t-il une mise en œuvre d'ornements traditionnels sous forme d'œuvres numériques? Comme nous le savons, l'art numérique se développe rapidement maintenant.
Oui, dans le design, vraiment, il y a une créativité qui est liée à tout ce qui est numérique. Maintenant, on le trouve à travers, par exemple, le travail qui se fait pour le décor. On a un décor qui est fait d'une façon numérique et on le transpose à travers les travaux qu'on effectue actuellement sur les ordinateurs. Ça veut dire qu'on a des décors qu'on travaille sur l'ordinateur et après on l'applique de façon qui permet ce passage du manuel au numérique. Oui, il existe tout ce travail qui se fait actuellement à travers les ordinateurs des différents décors qu'on inspire dans les arts traditionnels mais qu'on essaie maintenant d'effectuer ou d'appliquer de façon numérique, surtout dans le décor.
Okay, merci, Mohammed. Yes, to Ms. Nisa, the answer is there is a digitalization of art. There is a decorative art made in computer, and this traditional, inspired by traditional arts. So, and it is applied in Morocco. Okay, we arrive, I think, in our last conference, if I'm not mistaken. Could you, anyone in the committee, confirm me if we arrive? In my schedule, it is the last of our meeting today. And I would like to make a little summary from all of the presentation and also discussion that here in this industrial era 4.0, we have so many ways for art and design to contribute to the society. Mostly it is through collaboration that we must work together. The cross and multidisciplinary way of thinking must be started and is already starting to happen. So we should improve this kind of discourses. Also the approach and using the image, for example, from Ms. Paniza Omar, how image can help us with the contemporary issues as a part of the society awareness, how we can raise awareness to this kind of activities, even from street arts. The street arts are very ephemeral, so it can be lost maybe just in the next day or the next hour, but it really helps in raising awareness. This kind of image is duality in its meaning, but it really helps in understanding the contemporary issues and also critical to our responses, how we respond to the issues. Sometimes the images like that are provocative, controversial also, but really, and sometimes it promotes positivism. Another thing is about the issue on the pandemic. It influences the urban spaces, not only the urban spaces, but also our life as a whole, as a human being. The whole planet is changing by this pandemic. We are all experimenting with the mobility, how life should be going on, how life should move on, how the cities should be after this pandemic. We are all in the same page, but we responded in the different speed. Something like that. Cities are also dynamics, but it's different thing with the effect of the pandemics or crisis. We also need, from the Mr. Rick's presentation, we need some pentahelix approach from now on. All of you say that we should work with different stakeholders together. We need dialogue. So maybe it is already time for the pentahelix approach. So the industry, the higher education, the society, the media, and what else? I miss one more. So maybe you can remind me from the fifth. And from Mohamed Lazar, we learn traditional art and the creative activity and creative social creativity, how it develops into the digital art. Traditional art can inspire the modern and contemporary arts. Okay, maybe that's all. And something I miss from this event is that I haven't presented Mr. Mohamed Lazar CV, so I will read it just a few moments. Mohamed Lazar is a professor from University of Ibn Zor, Faculty of Language, Art and Human Science. He is graduated from Stuttgart University, Faculty of Historic Philosophy, and his master degree is from Human Science from Erasmus Mundus program, which is called Cultural Landscape. He's been working and he has several other diploma and also working for universities in few years. He has been attending so many conferences and seminars, and I don't read too much because it is a lot. That is about Mr. Lazar. Okay, that is all for today, I guess. I will return this event to our host. Maybe our host will lead us for a photo session after this. So please remain at your position with your best smile. So host, Ms. Tiamurti and Mr. Jiwa, I return the event to you. Thank you.
Like a Zoom photography, right?
Yes, Zoom photography.
Very fancy.
We wait for the host.
After the serious photos, can we make the funny one?
Yes, maybe. Funny photo. Can we make a funny photo?
Shall we all look to the other side?
No, I think it's here. The voice is not heard, right?
Ready?
Okay, we got you now, but still far.
Okay.
All right. Ready, everyone? If you still have your cameras closed, you can open your camera now. Okay, the first slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the second slide. 1, 2, 3. Third. 1, 2, 3. Fourth. 1, 2, 3. Fifth. 1, 2, 3. All right, hold on. Okay, it's enough. Okay, do you have one more time for the fun sessions with our keynote speakers? Okay.
I don't see Mr.
All right.
Lazar's
Thank you
face.
for our agree.
Okay. Thank you for committee participants, and thank you for our keynote speaker for joining us in this event. Of our keynote speakers will kindly to join us in another event or through research collaboration. And for our keynote speakers, if you still want to stay with us, very welcome. And once again, thank you. For the next material, we have a guest star from Propan who will give a presentation about innovation of paint in sustainability design. And please welcome Mrs. Getty Witayan.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everybody. Good.
Indonesia, indah dan berwarna. Dalam keragaman budaya dan pembangunan bangsa. Terbentang dari ibu kota hingga batas desa. Dari bangunan tinggi sampai karya seni. Jadilah saksi dari inovasi negeri. Selamat datang di dunia Proban, karya nyata putra bangsa. Menjadi perusahaan kelas dunia yang paling inovatif dalam bidang cat dan kimia bangunan adalah visi kami. Proban Raya berkomitmen untuk selalu menyediakan produk bernilai tambah tinggi dan menjadi solusi bagi pelanggan kami, membangun kerjasama bisnis yang saling menguntungkan antar stakeholder, dan berkomitmen mendukung pembangunan infrastruktur di Indonesia. Setiap hari, sejak matahari terbit hingga terbenam, seluruh tim Proban Raya siap bertugas melayani pelanggan melalui kantor cabang, distributor, Propan Service Center, dan Propan Inspiration Center yang tersebar di seluruh Nusantara. Didukung oleh pusat penelitian yang modern, proses quality control yang cermat, fasilitas produksi dengan state-of-the-art technology, satu-satunya di Asia Pasifik yang memproduksi cat ramah lingkungan berbasis air, dan mesin tinting pertama di Indonesia yang terintegrasi dengan aplikasi mobile yang dikembangkan sendiri oleh tim Propan. Semangat Propan Raya dalam pengembangan talenta hadir dalam program pelatihan dan sertifikasi pekerja harian lepas guna meningkatkan kemandirian dan kesejahteraan. Kami percaya pengembangan kualitas sumber daya manusia adalah kunci lahirnya inovasi. Propan Raya juga berinisiatif menyemarakan kota-kota dengan goresan kreativitas yang menginspirasi senyuman penduduknya. Kami juga dipercaya merevitalisasi kota tua Jakarta yang merupakan saksi sejarah bangsa dengan cat khusus untuk tetap teguh sepanjang masa. Rangkaian inovasi produk, model bisnis, dan berbagai kegiatan sosial yang terintegrasi dengan strategi bisnis perusahaan telah melahirkan berbagai penghargaan yang menjadi bukti kualitas dan kredibilitas Propan Raya. Seni dan budaya adalah jati diri kita. Dalam era pembangunan modern, Propan Raya sungguh peduli terhadap kontinuitas identitas bangsa yang kami jelma setiap tahunnya menjadi sayembara arsitektur Nusantara. Atas kepeduliannya, Propan Raya dinobatkan oleh Menteri Pariwisata Republik Indonesia sebagai lokomotif arsitektur Nusantara. Propan Raya berinovasi tanpa henti untuk negeri.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. Just now we show the our company profile from Propan Raya, and now let me share the little bit presentation about Propan Raya, but kayaknya saya mau minta izin buat presentasi pakai bahasa Indonesia karena kalau saya lihat hampir 90% ya, almost jadi saya akan coba bawakan presentasinya pakai bahasa Indonesia aja ya. Baik, tadi sudah kita lihat semua tentang Propan Raya. Jadi bagaimana Propan Raya adalah perusahaan asli Indonesia yang ada di Indonesia sudah hampir 42 tahun. Jadi betul-betul sudah cukup established ya Propan Raya ini. Jadi kita ada perusahaan cat asli Indonesia yang memang kalau dilihat kita memiliki banyak sekali channel dan sudah banyak sekali memiliki kontribusi. Kalau kita lihat di sini kita mempunyai cabang di 43 cabang di seluruh Indonesia. Kita punya PPC atau Propan Paint Counter, kita punya Propan Service Center. Ini adalah tempat di mana kalau teman-teman semua ingin berkonsultasi tentang cat, pengecatan, ada masalah-masalah, ini semua bisa hadir ke Propan Service Center. Dan outlet kita juga production area, ini adalah tentang Propan Raya. Jadi Propan memiliki visi misi teman-teman semua. Jadi visinya adalah tentunya terhadap customer, people, bisnis, partner, lingkungan terutama. Kita merupakan perusahaan yang sangat ramah lingkungan. Nanti saya jelaskan di belakang. Dan yang paling penting adalah kita itu berkomitmen untuk membantu atau mensupport pemerintah dalam pembangunan Indonesia, infrastruktur di Indonesia. Jadi ini adalah komit atau visi misi di PT Propan Raya. Ini adalah founder PT Propan Raya, Dr. Hendra Didharma. Kemudian sekarang juga sudah dilanjutkan oleh CEO kami, putranya, Bapak Kristianto Didharma. Dan kami ini sudah memiliki distribusi baik nasional maupun internasional. Kalau untuk internasional, diantaranya kita sudah ekspor ke Malaysia, Singapura, Brunei, Vietnam, Maldives, Filipina, Myanmar, dan terutama di Indonesia kita sudah tersebar di seluruh Indonesia ya produk kita. Ini adalah beberapa award yang sudah kita terima sepanjang tahun. Jadi mulai dari Green Company Awards, Creative Award, Top Brand, ini adalah award yang kita terima sepanjang tahun, sepanjang dari kita mulai berdiri. Dan juga di sini kalau kita lihat, Propan merupakan perusahaan yang memang concern terhadap produk-produk yang ramah lingkungan. Terbukti dan kita memiliki sertifikasi dari Singapore Green Label, kemudian dari Green Label Indonesia itu sendiri. Kita juga sudah mendapat sertifikasi dari Standar Nasional Indonesia. Kita punya teknologi yang namanya Teflar atau anti kotor ya. Kita juga punya teknologi ULOV atau Ultra Low Odor VOC dari Jerman. Teknologinya ini adalah teknologi yang membuat cat propan itu hampir-hampir tidak berbau. Kemudian kita juga punya teknologi mikroban. Ini adalah kalau teman-teman bisa search, ini adalah antibacterial protection dari teknologi dari Amerika. Ini adalah yang membuat beberapa produk kita itu memiliki antibakteri atau anti kuman. Dan sekarang sudah mulai banyaknya dicari produk-produk antibakteri untuk bisa membantu kita tetap sehat di dalam ruangan, ya. Dan yang satu hal lagi, ini adalah salah satu standar, kita juga standar produk-produk yang untuk dipakai di Indonesia, terutama di pemerintahan ya, itu harus produk-produk yang memiliki nilai TKDN atau total kandungan dalam negeri. Dan alhamdulillahnya Propan memiliki 83,15% total kandungan dalam negerinya. Kenapa bisa seperti ini? Saya akan coba jelaskan ya. Ini adalah penghargaan Propan yang lain. Dan ini kenapa Propan mulai concern sekali. Kenapa tadi di awal presentasinya kita sebutkan the future. Karena ke depan kita memang akan fokus kepada produk-produk yang ramah lingkungan. Tidak menggunakan lagi solvent sebagai pelarut, tapi kita menggunakan water base. Karena kita tahu solvent itu bisa menguap dan penguapannya ini sangat berbahaya ya. Ini juga salah satu konsentrasi Propan. Nah, ini yang Propan juga kita miliki, kita mempunyai satu teknologi yang satu-satunya di Asia Pasifik, ada 3 di dunia, 1 di Jerman, 1 di China, dan 1 di Indonesia. Kita memiliki teknologi yang namanya Rapid Production System. Teknologinya memang berasal dari Jerman, tapi diadopt di sini, sehingga di pabrik kami yang baru ini, di Dekorindo ini, kami dapat memproduksi produk-produk yang tadinya solvent base, kita bisa geser semua ke water base. Nah, ini adalah pabrik kami. Proses produksi sangat cepat, stabil, lebih halus hasilnya, dan juga pastinya ramah lingkungan. Ya, ini Dekorindo. Kita skip saja ya, sebentar. Ini sebenarnya video, cuman videonya kayaknya ada masalah. Saya coba skip saja supaya tidak menghabiskan waktu, karena di pabrik ini barusan dibangun 2 tahun ya. Nah, kita akan lanjut. Ini adalah teknologi laboratorium yang kita miliki, ya, dengan teknologi-teknologi canggih untuk menguji produk-produk yang dikeluarkan oleh PT Propan Raya. Dan kita juga memiliki pabrik resin sendiri, teman-teman. Jadi pabrik resin ini adalah, kita tahu cat itu terdiri dari 80%-nya hampir yang namanya resin. Jadi kita memiliki pabrik resin sendiri. Ini adalah rangkaian produk Propan, sangat banyak rangkaian produknya, dari kalau kita bisa bilang dari ujung rambut sampai ujung kaki ya. Propan memiliki seluruh produk yang ada, dari mulai lantai sampai ke atap, kita punya semua. Dan memang Propan itu lebih dikenal dengan cat kayu, karena pertama kali founder kita mendirikan Propan, produk yang pertama dibuat adalah Impra. Impra ini adalah produk pertama kali, Ultron dan Impra ini adalah 2 produk yang pertama kali di launching Propan saat 1979. Kemudian mengikuti kemudian beberapa produk-produk lainnya yang juga merupakan produk unggulan di Indonesia. Nah, karena future kita berbicara mengenai ramah lingkungan, jadi produk-produk Propan yang dulunya itu pengencernya solvent, ini kita sudah mulai shifting atau dicoba dibuatkan penggantinya, walaupun sampai sekarang belum bisa menghilangkan semua ya. Jadi dari yang cat kayu tadi solvent base, kita mulai pindah ke alternatifnya yang water base, sehingga sekarang produk-produk itu hampir 65% produknya sudah ada produk-produk pilihannya menggunakan water base, sampai ke cat lantai pun epoxy flooring ini kita juga punya yang water base, sehingga lebih aman digunakan dan memang tidak beracun ya. Nah, ini waterproofingnya, ini untuk rumah-rumahnya, temboknya, semuanya kita punya. Bahkan kalau saya boleh share bahwa kita adalah perusahaan pertama yang memang diterima atau bisa digunakan oleh IKEA. Jadi kalau teman-teman lihat produk IKEA itu di dalamnya itu salah satunya kalau ada furniture-nya dia adalah menggunakan produk dari propan. Ya, ini kita standarisasi di mereka itu sangat ketat sekali dan kita adalah perusahaan yang bisa masuk dan bisa supply ke IKEA ini sejak tahun 2002, teman-teman. Selain dari produk, kita juga sebetulnya memiliki banyak corporate activation. Nah, ini contoh-contohnya kita hampir mensupport, kalau Bandung terutama ya, kita sudah banyak sekali mensupport kegiatan-kegiatan kreativitas. Di Bandung ini seperti ini ada Antapani ya kalau nggak salah ya, kemudian ini yang di Jakarta, ini yang ada di Cikapundung kalau nggak salah kita ada ya. Ini semua adalah salah satu bentuk Propan mensupport kreativitas yang ada di seluruh Indonesia. Jadi muralnya, artis-artisnya, kalau misalkan mereka mau mengaplikasikan keterampilan mereka, ini kita bisa menggunakan produk kita yang memang sudah teruji ketahanannya. Ya, kemudian selain tadi untuk kreativitas, kita juga memberikan pelatihan atau memberikan pengayaan pelatihan pengecatan kepada siapa saja yang ingin belajar mengenai pengecatan. Sehingga jangan salah, mengecat itu seperti yang mudah, tapi sebetulnya mengecat dengan baik dan benar sehingga menghasilkan cat yang menempel dengan baik di dinding atau di substratnya itu kita memerlukan teknik yang baik. Jadi kita berikan juga pengecatan, teknik-teknik pengecatan ini kita lakukan di seluruh Indonesia juga. Kemudian kita juga mendukung arsitektur Nusantara. Jadi dari tahun 2012 kita sudah melakukan sayembara arsitektur Nusantara, desain arsitektur Nusantara berturut-turut dengan Kementerian Pariwisata Republik Indonesia dan juga terakhir kita juga pernah bekerja sama dengan Kementerian Perhubungan. Pada saat itu kita melakukan sayembara desain Bandar Udara Nusantara tahun 2015. Nah, di tahun ini sayembara pemenangnya itu dijadikan sebagai dibangun di Alor. Ya, ini adalah salah satu karya Propan Raya juga mendukung mendukung culture city atau kebudayaan di Indonesia. Ini dulu dilakukan hampir diikuti oleh 8.500 arsitek di seluruh Indonesia. Nah, ini kemudian kita setiap sayembara kita selalu menghasilkan buku. Jadi semua karya-karya pemenang sayembara itu kita dokumentasikan. Dibuatkan buku karena ini adalah merupakan sebuah dokumentasi yang sangat luar biasa yang bisa dibagikan kepada seluruh Indonesia yang akan melihat bagaimana karya kekayaan dari arsitektur Nusantara di Indonesia yang sudah dimodernkan oleh para arsitek-arsitek ini. Nah, buku-buku ini sudah kita bagikan juga dan juga sudah menjadi inspirasi di seluruh bagian ya di Indonesia. Selain tadi kita mendukung culture, kita juga mendukung creative city. Jadi dari tahun 2015 Propan ini mendukung gerakan konsisten mendukung creative city di seluruh Indonesia. Jadi dari tahun 2015 hingga akhirnya kita juga sampai 2019 berawal di Solo waktu itu ya, sampai kita juga berhasil direktur kami berhasil bekerjasama mendokumentasikan perjalanan Propan Raya ini mensupport kebudayaan dan juga kota-kota kreatif ini sampai kita mendokumentasikan dalam sebuah buku. Bukunya berjudul Collaborative Innovation, di mana dalam buku ini dibahas tentang pentingnya kolaborasi antara akademisi, bisnis, community, dan government. Seperti saat yang sekarang, ini adalah sebuah kolaborasi antara kita bisnis dengan akademisi ya, kita berikan sharing knowledge seperti ini dan mungkin nanti kalau ingin lebih detail lagi apa sih yang dibahas dalam buku ini, bagaimana ekosistemnya bisa mungkin kita akan kita coba di lain waktu ya. Nah, kemudian kita bicara mengenai tidak terlepas dari produk, kemudian aktivitas, dan yang paling penting kalau orang bicara cat, apalagi kita bicara dengan teman-teman di Telkom ini, kita bicara mengenai warna. Nah, ini kita akan sampaikan seperti apa sih warna yang ada di Propan. Jadi teknologi warna kita ini kita tahu bahwa cat itu terdiri dari beberapa material, diantaranya resin, solvent, koloran atau pewarna. Nah, pewarna adalah yang paling penting. Saya mau share satu informasi penting buat teman-teman ya. Begitu pentingnya pemilihan warna atau pigmen sebagai salah satu unsur dari cat, kita betul-betul perhatikan cat pewarna yang digunakan. Jadi kalau bisa dilihat, ini fungsi pewarna itu untuk memberikan warna pada cat, memberikan daya tutup, memberikan proteksi pada substrat. Nah, jangan salah, jadi ada macam-macam teman-teman. Ada yang namanya pigmen, ada yang nama dyes. Ini dua-duanya adalah warna yang dipakai dalam pembuatan cat. Nah, warna ini, pigmen ini juga terbagi menjadi yang organik dan anorganik. Ini yang kemudian selalu menjadi concern kita di Propan Raya. Jadi kapan kita menggunakan pigmen anorganik, kapan kita menggunakan pigmen organik, ini sangat mempengaruhi pada saat teman-teman memilih warna untuk memberikan dekorasi di rumahnya ya. Jadi pastikan, kenapa? Karena dua pigmen ini memiliki ketahanan warna yang berbeda, memiliki sifat-sifat yang berbeda, sehingga kalau pada saat teman-teman mau memilih warna, itu pastikan kita memilih warna yang tepat untuk ruangan kita. Jadi kalau kita lihat ini atas adalah contoh-contoh warna untuk interior lebih bright, yang bawah adalah warna-warna yang untuk eksterior. Terlihat bahwa memang warna interior itu cenderung pastinya lebih bright karena dia dipilih menggunakan warna-warna organik yang memang lebih terang. Sementara untuk warna-warna eksterior kelihatan warna-warnanya itu lebih dull atau lebih keruh karena memang menggunakan pigmen yang khusus untuk tahan terhadap eksterior. Nah, tadi itu pentingnya warna di propan sampai kita bedakan ya, sangat concern. Sehingga kalau teman-teman boleh cek ya, kita juga ada beberapa kali melakukan kerjasama, melakukan mural di berbagai tempat. Jadi kalau untuk eksterior kita akan pilihkan produk-produk yang sangat cocok untuk eksterior. Kalau interior kita menggunakan produk yang interior. Jadi memang sangat terbatas, tapi semuanya kita coba berikan yang memang sesuai dengan fungsinya dan tetap indah ya. Semua warna itu kita validasi di lab kita. Ini adalah fasilitas labnya yang kita miliki. Kita juga memiliki color selection yang cukup banyak ya, total kita puluhan ribu warna ya kita pilih. Ini fundex kita juga macam-macam, ada yang buat kayu, ada yang buat tembok, ini sendiri-sendiri karena memang peruntukannya, pemilihan kolorannya, pemilihan material itu juga khusus untuk masing-masing substrat, tidak bisa disamakan ya karena itu kita sudah teknologinya 4.0 ya, teknologi digital. Jadi kita juga memiliki sebuah program aplikasi yang membantu customer untuk bisa memilih warna dengan baik tapi langsung bisa dilihat dari handphone kita masing-masing gitu. Jadi ini adalah programnya, boleh kalau mau bisa langsung di-download, namanya Propan Color Inspiration. Di dalam aplikasi ini teman-teman bisa melihat inspirasi warna yang kita berikan, kombinasi warnanya. Bahkan kalau teman-teman ada ruangan pengen langsung kombinasi, itu bisa langsung difoto dan pilih-pilih warna langsung sehingga tidak salah dalam memilih warna. Karena ini sering terjadi pemilihan warna itu keliru pada saat kita langsung beli, padahal pas diaplikasikan di lapangan ternyata terlalu gelap atau terlalu terang atau tidak cocok warnanya. Nah, ini bisa menggunakan kita punya aplikasi ini. Juga ada informasi tentang shop locator atau toko yang menyediakan produk kita, ada produk info, dan ini yang paling penting, kita juga ada sebuah tools yang membantu kita semua untuk menghitung kebutuhan cat. Nah, ini yang kadang-kadang terlupakan karena kadang-kadang hanya mengira-ngira ya, butuh catnya berapa, ya udahlah beli aja 2 galon, 3 galon, padahal ternyata kurang atau malah kelebihan. Nah, dengan pain calculator ini segala project bisa dibantu penyelesaiannya berikut step-step aplikasinya menggunakan aplikasi. Jadi ini satu aplikasi bisa membuat rumah kita cantik dalam genggaman. Ya, ini adalah teknologi yang juga sekarang sudah kita siapkan. Hal lain adalah kita memiliki tinting color. Tinting color ini adalah satu mesin yang bisa memproduksi warna secara instan. Jadi kita ada di banyak toko yang ada mesin tintingnya, dan kita punya satu mesin tinting yang memang terkoneksi dengan cloud. Ini sama juga ya dengan 4.0. Jadi kalau kita punya project di Bandung misalkan, kemudian project yang sama akan dilakukan di Semarang. Nah, kalau produknya sudah dipilih warnanya, kita ingat-ingat warnanya apa, tinggal diinfo karena semua formulir itu sudah disimpan dan dikoneksi by cloud. Jadi dimanapun teman-teman berada, ini kita bisa langsung membuat warna yang sama menggunakan mesin tinting ini. Ya, ini yang salah satu yang pertama mungkin di Indonesia atau bahkan di dunia karena sebuah teknologi tinting mesin yang terkoneksi dengan cloud gitu ya. Jadi langsung update informasi formula dan warnanya dan lain-lain. Ini color tinting kita tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Kemudian kita juga punya fasilitas warna ini adalah corporate color. Jadi kalau teman-teman ada project yang pengen namanya atau warnanya menjadi warna khusus, warna dari interior desainnya misalkan yang mengusulkan sebuah warna atau dari projectnya, itu kita juga bisa fasilitasi dengan yang kita sebut corporate color. Jadi warnanya bisa di-aim sendiri oleh personalized name of color atau personalized color of product. Jadi kita bisa punya ini untuk teman-teman semua ya. Kemudian kita juga memiliki support color training. Jadi melihat warna, edukasi color training, edukasi color matching, ini kita bisa bantu juga di Propan supaya ketajaman atau apa ya namanya feeling teman-teman saat mengkomunikasikan warna secara real menggunakan chat ya, itu bisa langsung dibantu oleh kita gitu. Karena kadang-kadang kalau kita mendesain, melihat desain di komputer dengan melihat chat aslinya itu kan bisa ada sedikit beda ya kan. Nah, ini yang kita coba bantu teman-teman semua. Ya itulah tadi sebagian tentang color. Kenapa color dan cat itu penting? Karena kita tahu fungsi pengecatan itu adalah untuk memproteksi bangunan-bangunan kita supaya tetap menjadi lebih kelihatan bagus dari korosi dan lain-lain. Juga untuk keindahan, fungsi dekorasi, ya kan? Kemudian juga kita ada fungsi untuk berkomunikasi, misalnya kalau jalan raya, kuning ini pembatas jalan, atau misalnya kalau untuk helipad ini bisa kelihatan dari atas ya, ini adalah fungsi-fungsi daripada cat. Sehingga karena 3 fungsi tadi membuat kita dari Propan Raya sangat concern memilih materialnya, memilih cara produksinya, sehingga 3 fungsi yang selalu menjadi fokus utama dari sebuah pengecatan itu dapat ini yang terjadi nih, diskolorasi atau perubahan warna, dan masih banyak lagi kesalahan-kesalahan lainnya yang bisa terjadi kalau kita salah memilih fungsi atau jenis cat yang akan digunakan di dalam pengecatan kita sendiri, atau bahkan mungkin salah persiapan. Nah, ini yang kita juga berikan pelatihan-pelatihannya di Propan Raya. Ini contoh-contohnya, kalau kita ada salah step atau salah cara-cara aplikasi, ini kita juga memberikan training-trainingnya kalau teman-teman semua membutuhkan informasi seperti ini. Ya, mungkin itu yang bisa saya tambahkan dari presentasi tentang Propan Raya. Semoga rekan-rekan semua semakin paham terhadap Propan Raya sebagai perusahaan cat asli Indonesia yang ada dan mungkin bisa melengkapi semua kebutuhan, terutama kebutuhan pengecatan. Karena kita punya satu jargon, cari cat, cari Propan. Oke, waktu dan tempat saya kembalikan kepada panitia. Terima kasih banyak.
Indonesia indah dan berwarna dalam keragaman budaya dan pembangunan bangsa. Terbentang dari ibu kota hingga batas desa, dari bangunan tinggi sampai karya seni, jadilah saksi dari inovasi negeri. Selamat datang di dunia Propan, karya nyata putra bangsa. Menjadi perusahaan kelas dunia yang paling inovatif dalam bidang cat dan kimia bangunan adalah visi kami. Propan Raya berkomitmen untuk selalu menyediakan produk bernilai tambah tinggi dan menjadi solusi bagi pelanggan kami, membangun kerjasama bisnis yang saling menguntungkan antar stakeholder, dan berkomitmen mendukung pembangunan infrastruktur di Indonesia. Setiap hari, sejak matahari terbit hingga terbenam, seluruh tim Propan Raya siap bertugas melayani pelanggan melalui kantor cabang, distributor, Propan Service Center, dan Propan Inspiration Center yang tersebar di seluruh Nusantara. Didukung oleh pusat penelitian yang modern, proses quality control yang cermat, fasilitas produksi dengan state-of-the-art technology, satu-satunya di Asia Pasifik yang memproduksi cat ramah lingkungan berbasis air, dan mesin tinting pertama di Indonesia yang terintegrasi dengan aplikasi mobile yang dikembangkan sendiri oleh tim Propan. Semangat Propan Raya dalam pengembangan talenta hadir dalam program pelatihan dan sertifikasi pekerja harian lepas guna meningkatkan kemandirian dan kesejahteraan. Kami percaya pengembangan kualitas sumber daya manusia adalah kunci lahirnya inovasi. Propan Raya juga berinisiatif menyemarakan kota-kota dengan goresan kreativitas yang menginspirasi senyuman penduduknya. Kami juga dipercaya merevitalisasi kota tua Jakarta yang merupakan saksi sejarah bangsa dengan cat khusus untuk tetap teguh sepanjang masa. Rangkaian inovasi produk, model bisnis, dan berbagai kegiatan sosial yang terintegrasi dengan strategi bisnis perusahaan telah melahirkan berbagai penghargaan yang menjadi bukti kualitas dan kredibilitas Propan Raya. Seni dan budaya adalah jati diri kita. Dalam era pembangunan modern, Propan Raya sungguh peduli terhadap kontinuitas identitas bangsa yang kami jelma setiap tahunnya menjadi sayembara arsitektur Nusantara. Atas kepeduliannya, Propanraya dinobatkan oleh Menteri Pariwisata Republik Indonesia sebagai lokomotif arsitektur Nusantara. Propanraya berinovasi tanpa henti untuk negeri.
Thank you, Mrs. Getty, for the presentation. It was such a tremendous knowledge about the paint and technology, and that it will be useful for us, especially designers, because we often use paints and colors for our works. So one more time, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all BCM participants, we've already seen our 5 main speakers and brief presentation from our guests. As of now, we will have lunch and prayer break for about an hour. For the next session, we will meet again at 1:15 in the afternoon.
While having a break time, we would also like to invite all participants to access the virtual exhibition gallery. The link is shown on the bumper video, and it's also accessible via the link in the chat column below.
Enjoy your break time.
See you later
At
at 1:50
p.m.
Terinspirasi dari kucingnya, seorang musisi yang tak pernah sukses bikin lagu dan viral. Disiulin sama peternak sapi yang bikin susunya banyak, dijual online, laku keras, diminum sama gamer yang menang kompetisi, dia bikin dance, viral. Seorang tukang pecel juga nariin, dia diajak main film. Dan filmnya laku keras. Buka semua peluang.
Indonesia indah dan berwarna dalam keragaman budaya dan pembangunan bangsa. Terbentang dari ibu kota hingga batas desa, dari bangunan tinggi sampai karya seni, jadilah saksi dari inovasi negeri. Selamat datang di dunia Proban, karya nyata putra bangsa. Menjadi perusahaan kelas dunia yang paling inovatif dalam bidang cat dan kimia bangunan adalah visi kami. Proban Raya berkomitmen untuk selalu menyediakan produk bernilai tambah tinggi dan menjadi solusi bagi pelanggan kami. Membangun kerjasama bisnis yang saling menguntungkan antar stakeholder dan berkomitmen mendukung pembangunan infrastruktur di Indonesia. Setiap hari, sejak matahari terbit hingga terbenam, seluruh tim Proban Raya siap bertugas melayani pelanggan melalui kantor cabang, distributor, Proban Service Center, dan Proban Inspiration Center yang tersebar di seluruh Nusantara. Didukung oleh pusat penelitian yang modern, proses quality control yang cermat, fasilitas produksi dengan state-of-the-art technology, satu-satunya di Asia Pasifik yang memproduksi cat ramah lingkungan berbasis air, dan mesin tinting pertama di Indonesia yang terintegrasi dengan aplikasi mobile yang dikembangkan sendiri oleh tim Proban. Semangat Proban Raya dalam pengembangan talenta hadir dalam program pelatihan dan sertifikasi pekerja harian lepas guna meningkatkan kemandirian dan kesejahteraan. Kami percaya pengembangan kualitas sumber daya manusia adalah kunci lahirnya inovasi. Proban Raya juga berinisiatif menyemarakan kota-kota dengan goresan kreativitas yang menginspirasi senyuman penduduknya. Kami juga dipercaya merevitalisasi kota tua Jakarta yang merupakan saksi sejarah bangsa dengan cat khusus untuk tetap teguh sepanjang masa. Rangkaian inovasi produk, model bisnis, dan berbagai kegiatan sosial yang terintegrasi dengan strategi bisnis perusahaan telah melahirkan berbagai penghargaan yang menjadi bukti kualitas dan kredibilitas Proban Raya. Seni dan budaya adalah jati diri kita. Dalam era pembangunan modern, Proban Raya sungguh peduli terhadap kontinuitas identitas bangsa yang kami jelma setiap tahunnya menjadi sayembara arsitektur Nusantara. Atas kepeduliannya, Proban Raya dinobatkan oleh Menteri Pariwisata Republik Indonesia sebagai lokomotif arsitektur Nusantara. Proban Raya berinovasi tanpa henti untuk negeri.
Imaginez la forme de la boîte crânienne, son épaisseur, sa dureté. Comparez le plan mental à une scène de théâtre sur laquelle évoluent des personnages. Ce sont les images, les pensées. Ordonnez à ces acteurs de se retirer et conservez une seule image. Installez-vous dans cette pensée et de ce moment, vous cessez de faire et commencez à être.
kali ini aku mau ngasih tahu review produk terbaru yang baru aja dikeluarin dari Are Outdoor Gear.
Jadi ini jenis ular yang mematikan, bahkan dia lebih mematikan daripada ular kobra. Ini bagus untuk tiang atau kerangka beaver. Ya.
Terinspirasi dari kucingnya, seorang musisi yang tak pernah sukses bikin lagu dan viral. Disiulin sama peternak sapi yang bikin susunya banyak, dijual online, laku keras, diminum sama gamer yang menang kompetisi, dia bikin dance, viral. Seorang tukang pecel juga nyariin, dia diajak main film. Dan filmnya laku keras. Buka semua peluang.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main room. Thank you for your participation in our event. Now we will continue with another material presentation from Mr. Aldin Hashim from Telkomsel.
Buat kami, pagi itu bukan cuma tentang waktu, tapi tentang keyakinan untuk ciptakan perubahan. Buat kami, semangat pagi itu bekerja tulus dari hati. Bareng-bareng ngumpulin banyak inspirasi. Maraton meeting, dan sama-sama nyamain waktu yang gak sama. Kadang, ngantuk. Pagi itu terus bikin progres. Selalu optimis, bilang, bisa dong. Tak bosan, walau dia lagi. Selalu siap laksanakan. Pagi itu, action. Pagi itu nambah teman baru. Sesekali tertawa. Semangat pagi itu menyatukan kami agar bisa terus berkembang, tak hanya sebatas perusahaan telekomunikasi, tapi jadi penggerak ekonomi yang selalu siap hadirkan peluang baru untuk Indonesia.
Semangat pagi. Kalau di Telkomsel kita langsung menyambut dengan pagi. Semangat pagi untuk teman-teman semua yang hadir di conference hari ini di acara Bandung Creative Movement 2021. Perkenalkan, nama saya Aldin Hashim, saya selaku GM External Corporate Communication dari Telkomsel. Izinkan saya menyampaikan sesuatu tentang Telkomsel, bahwa sudah lebih dari 26 tahun, Telkomsel hadir melayani negeri dan menjadi pionir dalam setiap perkembangan dan pemanfaatan teknologi jaringan seluler di Indonesia. Sebagai leading digital telecommunication company, Telkomsel selalu konsisten dan menempatkan diri sebagai connectivity enabler yang terpercaya dalam menghadirkan jaringan telekomunikasi terkini, mulai dari 2G hingga menjadi yang pertama menghadirkan 5G di Indonesia pada pertengahan Mei 2021. Sekarang kami melayani lebih dari 169 juta pelanggan dan menjadi provider seluler terbesar nomor 6 di dunia dalam hal customer base. Sedikit cerita tentang 5G, Telkomsel meluncurkan 5G pada tanggal 27 Mei 2021 di Jakarta dan diikuti oleh 7-8 kota lainnya pada medio Juni 2021. Hadirnya 5G, kami berharap ini menjadi satu langkah masa depan yang kita tarik di tahun 2021 ini, dan dengan hadirnya 4G saja, Indonesia sudah menghasilkan 4 dekakon yang besar, dan apalagi dengan adanya 5G, mudah-mudahan itu akan terus mendorong digital ekosistem di Indonesia. Segala upaya tersebut kami lakukan agar senantiasa tetap relevan dalam tiap fase kehidupan masyarakat dan sekaligus mendampingi transformasi bangsa untuk memperkuat komitmen menjadikan Indonesia sebagai negara yang berkedaulatan digital seutuhnya. Lalu kami juga melakukan pemerataan akses dan kesetaraan kualitas jaringan broadband teknologi terkini yang terus kami wujudkan, terutama di tiap wilayah yang sebelumnya belum merasakan akses broadband secara utuh, baik itu di wilayah 3T, terdepan, terpencil, dan tertinggal, maupun non-3T. Akhir tahun lalu, kami juga telah menjadikan seluruh BTS yang ada di wilayah 3T hingga perbatasan negara yang kami bangun bekerja sama dengan Bakti Kominfo, kita switch dari 3G ke 4G LTE Telkomsel. Dan sampai saat ini, Telkomsel telah menggelar lebih dari 237.000 BTS dari Sabang sampai Merauke. Ini saatnya Telkomsel melanjutkan transformasi dengan menghadirkan semangat terbarukan melalui perubahan identitas perusahaan yang kami launching pada 18 Juni lalu. Dan Telkomsel siap membuka babak baru dalam perjalanannya melayani Indonesia menjadi leading digital telecommunication company di Indonesia. Tentu teman-teman mengetahui bahwa Telkomsel mempunyai wajah baru. Hadirnya wajah baru Telkomsel itu juga didukung oleh nilai-nilai yang juga baru yang kami bawa, yaitu integrity, purposeful, empowering, dan exciting, yang kami aktualisasikan dalam bentuk integrasi produk dan layanan berbasis digital yang lebih komprehensif, serta pembaharuan identitas perusahaan menjadi brand visual yang akan memperkuat komitmen kami dan menjadi simbol perubahan bagi kami di hari ini dan terus di masa mendatang. Selain itu, teman-teman juga mengetahui semangat pembaruan ini juga sedikit merubah tatanan produk yang ada di Telkomsel. Kalau dulu teman-teman melihat dan menggunakan kartu prabayar Telkomsel yang bermerek Simpati, kartu As dan Loop, itu sekarang berubah menjadi Telkomsel Prabayar dan juga kartu Halo yang juga dulu terkenal dengan Pasca Bayar berubah nama menjadi Telkomsel Halo. Dalam rangka melanjutkan transformasi perusahaan, Telkomsel juga menerapkan konsep digital trifecta, di mana Telkomsel juga ingin memperkuat dan terus memperkuat digital connectivity-nya, tapi juga Telkomsel akan menuju ke digital platform dan digital services. Melalui mekanisme build, borrow, dan buy, Telkomsel banyak melakukan investasi strategis pada perusahaan-perusahaan terbaik yang tentunya related dengan prinsip sinergi value untuk meningkatkan pengalaman digital terbaik bagi pelanggan. Tentunya juga teman-teman mengetahui bahwa Telkomsel di tahun ini telah melakukan beberapa strategic investment, salah satunya ke Gojek, yang merupakan dekakorn kebanggaan bangsa Indonesia, dan sudah banyak kolaborasi yang sudah berjalan dan akan berjalan pasca investasi ini. Dan tentunya ini akan kita sinergikan untuk peningkatan pengalaman digital terbaik untuk pelanggan kami dan pelanggan Gojek. Lalu, Telkomsel juga melalui corporate venture capital yang kami miliki, yaitu Telkomsel Mitra Inovasi, perusahaan juga agresif melakukan beberapa investasi strategis untuk meningkatkan portfolio Telkomsel sebagai digital telco. Salah satunya bisa kita sebut seperti Halodoc, Dicepat, Inspigo, Clue, dan sebagainya. Hal ini kami lakukan semua, tapi tentunya juga didorong dan harus didorong dengan transformasi culture yang terus Telkomsel lakukan. Dalam hal culture, Telkomsel sebagai bagian dari Telkom yang merupakan salah satu perusahaan BUMN, kami menerapkan culture akhlak dan kita harus mengimplementasikan dan menginternalisasikan hal tersebut. Hal itu merupakan core value yang harus Telkomsel dan anak perusahaan BUMN lainnya terapkan. Untuk sedikit mengenai culture akhlak, akhlak itu berarti atau akronim yang terdiri dari amanah, kompeten, harmonis, loyal, adaptif, dan kolaboratif. Prinsip-prinsip ini kita bawa dalam culture yang ada di Telkomsel. Selain itu, untuk terus menginternalisasi culture, Telkomsel juga bekerja dengan menggunakan prinsip action, yaitu semua karyawan Telkomsel harus bisa melakukan agility dalam setiap proses kerja. Yang kedua, mengutamakan customer centric and innovation, sehingga bisa menyajikan kebutuhan pelanggan. Dan selalu open mindset terhadap peluang dan tantangan, dan serta senantiasa menjalin networking yang bermanfaat sebagai pendekatan untuk memenangkan persaingan bisnis. Sebagai langkah perubahan yang sudah kami lakukan, Telkomsel juga telah melakukan berbagai inovasi produk sentrik menjadi customer sentrik. Kurang lebih sekitar setahun setengah yang lalu, melalui produk, kita meluncurkan layanan inovatif Bayu. Jadi Bayu itu adalah salah satu kartu prabayar Telkomsel yang memang dibuat end-to-end untuk segmen Gen Z di Indonesia dengan tagline semuanya semaunya dan didesain khusus sesuai dengan karakter dan kebutuhan para digital savvy. Jadi kita melihat ada segmen yang akan Telkomsel fokuskan, yaitu di segmen Gen Z. Dan dalam rangka kegiatan Bandung Creative Movement ini, tentunya nanti tim dari Bayu juga akan ikut memberikan sharing tentang apa saja yang mereka sudah lakukan dan berbagi tips untuk teman-teman semua dalam hal kreativitas yang ada di produk Bayu. Sekali lagi, selamat berkonferensi dan sukses untuk kegiatan Bandung Creative Movement, dan semoga kita selalu diberikan kesehatan agar bisa terus kreatif dan produktif. Salam dari Telkomsel.
Semua dimulai dengan semangat pagi.
Pagi, pagi, pagi.
Buat kami, pagi itu bukan cuma tentang waktu, tapi tentang keyakinan untuk ciptakan perubahan. Buat kami, semangat pagi itu bekerja tulus dari hati. Bareng-bareng, ngumpulin banyak inspirasi. Maraton meeting, dan sama-sama nyamain waktu yang nggak sama. Kadang, ngantuk. Pagi itu terus bikin progres. Selalu optimis, bilang, bisa dong. Tak bosan, walau dia lagi. Selalu siap laksanakan. Pagi itu, action. Pagi itu nambah teman baru. Sesekali tertawa. Semangat pagi itu menyatukan kami, agar bisa terus berkembang, tak hanya sebatas perusahaan telekomunikasi, tapi jadi penggerak ekonomi yang selalu siap hadirkan peluang baru untuk Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. Aldin Hashim, for your knowledge sharing about Telkomsel. It is very inspiring, especially for all of us who are working at Telkom University or for students here.
Okay, now we are going to do parallel session from selected papers which had been submitted to our committee. To proceed to the parallel sessions, please kindly change your name into the room number where you're going to be placed. The committee will help you to the chosen room.
For your information, we have 3 rooms representing specific topics, which are sustainable cities and communities, art and design, recontextualization and indigenous culture, and changes and dynamics in the creative industries. Further details are written in the chat box, so you can follow the instructions from our committee.
Terinspirasi dari kucingnya, seorang musisi yang tak pernah sukses bikin lagu dan viral. Disiulin sama peternak sapi yang bikin susunya banyak, dijual online, laku keras, diminum sama gamer yang menang kompetisi, dia bikin dance, viral. Seorang tukang pecel juga nariin, dia diajak main film. Dan filmnya laku keras.
Gimana rasanya?
Buka semua peluang.
Indonesia indah dan berwarna dalam keragaman budaya dan pembangunan bangsa, terbentang dari ibu kota hingga batas desa. dari bangunan tinggi sampai karya seni. Jadilah saksi dari inovasi negeri. Selamat datang di dunia Proban, karya nyata putra bangsa. Menjadi perusahaan kelas dunia yang paling inovatif dalam bidang cat dan kimia bangunan adalah visi kami. Proban Raya berkomitmen untuk selalu menyediakan produk bernilai tambah tinggi dan menjadi solusi bagi pelanggan kami. Membangun kerjasama bisnis yang saling menguntungkan antar stakeholder dan berkomitmen mendukung pembangunan infrastruktur di Indonesia. Setiap hari, sejak matahari terbit hingga terbenam, seluruh tim Proban Raya siap bertugas melayani pelanggan melalui kantor cabang, distributor, Proban Service Center, dan Proban Inspiration Center yang tersebar di seluruh Nusantara. Didukung oleh pusat penelitian yang modern, proses quality control yang cermat, fasilitas produksi dengan state-of-the-art technology, satu-satunya di Asia Pasifik yang memproduksi cat ramah lingkungan berbasis air, dan mesin tinting pertama di Indonesia yang terintegrasi dengan aplikasi mobile yang dikembangkan sendiri oleh tim Proban. Semangat Proban Raya dalam pengembangan talenta hadir dalam program pelatihan dan sertifikasi pekerja harian lepas guna meningkatkan kemandirian dan kesejahteraan. Kami percaya pengembangan kualitas sumber daya manusia adalah kunci lahirnya inovasi. Proban Raya juga berinisiatif menyemarakan kota-kota dengan goresan kreativitas yang menginspirasi senyuman penduduknya. Kami juga dipercaya merevitalisasi kota tua Jakarta yang merupakan saksi sejarah bangsa dengan cat khusus untuk tetap teguh sepanjang masa. Rangkaian inovasi produk, model bisnis, dan berbagai kegiatan sosial yang terintegrasi dengan strategi bisnis perusahaan telah melahirkan berbagai penghargaan yang menjadi bukti kualitas dan kredibilitas Proban Raya. Seni dan budaya adalah jati diri kita. Dalam era pembangunan modern, Proban Raya sungguh peduli terhadap kontinuitas identitas bangsa yang kami jelma setiap tahunnya menjadi sayembara arsitektur Nusantara. Atas kepeduliannya, Proban Raya dinobatkan oleh Menteri Pariwisata Republik Indonesia sebagai lokomotif arsitektur Nusantara. Proban Raya berinovasi tanpa henti untuk negeri.
Imaginez la forme de la boîte crânienne, son épaisseur, sa dureté. Comparez le plan mental à une scène de théâtre sur laquelle évoluent des personnages. Ce sont les images, les pensées, les pensées, les pensées. Ordonnez à ces acteurs de se retirer et conservez une seule image. Installez-vous dans cette pensée et de ce moment, vous cessez de faire et commencez à être.
Kali ini aku mau ngasih tahu review produk terbaru yang baru aja dikeluarin dari Area Outdoor Gear.
Jadi ini jenis ular yang mematikan, bahkan dia lebih mematikan daripada ular kobra. Ini bagus untuk tiang atau kerangka bivak. Ya.
Terinspirasi dari kucingnya, seorang musisi yang tak pernah sukses bikin lagu dan viral. Disiulin sama peternak sapi yang bikin susunya banyak, dijual online, laku keras, diminum sama gamer yang menang kompetisi, dia bikin dance, viral. Seorang tukang pecel juga nariin, dia diajak main film. Dan filmnya laku keras. Buka semua peluang.
Indonesia indah dan berwarna dalam kerajaan Kami percaya pengembangan kualitas sumber daya manusia adalah kunci lahirnya inovasi. Ropan Raya juga berinisiatif menyemarakan kota-kota dengan goresan kreativitas yang Nusantara. Atas kepeduliannya, Ropan Raya dinobatkan oleh Menteri Pariwisata Republik Indonesia sebagai lokomotif arsitektur Nusantara. Ropan Raya berinovasi tanpa henti untuk negeri.
Imaginez la forme de la boîte crânienne, son épaisseur, sa dureté. Comparez le plan mental à une scène de théâtre sur laquelle évoluent des personnages. Ce sont les images, les pensées, les pensées, les pensées. Ordonnez à ces acteurs de se retirer et conservez une seule image. Installez-vous dans cette pensée et de ce moment, vous cessez de faire et commencez à être.
Kali ini aku mau ngasih tahu review produk terbaru yang baru aja dikeluarin dari area outdoor clear.
Jadi ini jenis ular yang mematikan, maka dia lebih mematikan daripada ular kobra. Ini bagus untuk tiang atau kerangka bivak. Ya.
Inspirasi dari kucingnya, seorang musisi yang tak pernah sukses bikin lagu dan viral. Disiulin sama peternak sapi yang bikin susunya banyak, dijual online, laku keras, diminum sama gamer yang menang kompetisi, dia bikin dance, viral. Seorang tukang kecil juga nariin, dia diajak main film. Dan filmnya laku keras. Buka semua peluang.
Indonesia indah dan berwarna dalam keragaman budaya dan pembangunan bangsa. Terbentang dari ibu kota hingga batas desa, dari bangunan tinggi sampai karya seni, jadilah saksi dari inovasi negeri. Selamat datang di dunia Proban, karya nyata putra bangsa. Menjadi perusahaan kelas dunia yang paling inovatif dalam bidang cat dan kimia bangunan adalah visi kami. Proban Raya berkomitmen untuk selalu menyediakan produk bernilai tambah tinggi dan menjadi solusi bagi pelanggan kami. Membangun kerjasama bisnis yang saling menguntungkan antar stakeholder dan berkomitmen mendukung pembangunan infrastruktur di Indonesia. Setiap hari, sejak matahari terbit hingga terbenam, seluruh tim Proban Raya siap bertugas melayani pelanggan melalui kantor cabang, distributor, Proban Service Center, dan Proban Inspiration Center yang tersebar di seluruh Nusantara. Didukung oleh pusat penelitian yang modern, proses quality control yang cermat, fasilitas produksi dengan state-of-the-art technology, satu-satunya di Asia Pasifik yang memproduksi cat ramah lingkungan berbasis air, dan mesin tinting pertama di Indonesia yang terintegrasi dengan aplikasi mobile yang dikembangkan sendiri oleh tim Proban. Semangat Proban Raya dalam pengembangan talenta hadir dalam program pelatihan dan sertifikasi pekerja harian lepas guna meningkatkan kemandirian dan kesejahteraan. Kami percaya pengembangan kualitas sumber daya manusia adalah kunci lahirnya inovasi. Proban Raya juga berinisiatif menyemarakan kota-kota dengan goresan kreativitas yang menginspirasi senyuman penduduknya. Kami juga dipercaya merevitalisasi kota tua Jakarta yang merupakan saksi sejarah bangsa dengan cat khusus untuk tetap teguh sepanjang masa. Rangkaian inovasi produk, model bisnis, dan berbagai kegiatan sosial yang terintegrasi dengan strategi bisnis perusahaan telah melahirkan berbagai penghargaan yang menjadi bukti kualitas dan kredibilitas Proban Raya. Seni dan budaya adalah jati diri kita. Dalam era pembangunan modern, Proban Raya sungguh peduli terhadap kontinuitas identitas bangsa yang kami jelma setiap tahunnya menjadi sayembara arsitektur Nusantara. Atas kepeduliannya, Proban Raya dinobatkan oleh Menteri Pariwisata Republik Indonesia sebagai lokomotif arsitektur Nusantara. Proban Raya berinovasi tanpa henti untuk negeri.
Terinspirasi dari kucingnya, seorang musisi yang tak pernah sukses bikin lagu dan viral. Disiulin sama peternak sapi yang bikin susunya banyak, dijual online, laku keras, diminum sama gamer yang menang kompetisi, dia bikin dance, viral. Seorang tukang kecil juga nariin, dia diajak main film. Dan filmnya laku keras. Buka semua peluang.
Indonesia indah dan berwarna dalam keragaman budaya dan pembangunan bangsa. Terbentang dari ibu kota hingga batas desa, dari bangunan tinggi sampai karya seni, jadilah saksi dari inovasi negeri. Selamat datang di dunia Proban, karya nyata putra bangsa. Menjadi perusahaan kelas dunia yang paling inovatif dalam bidang cat dan kimia bangunan adalah visi kami. Propandraya berkomitmen untuk selalu menyediakan produk bernilai tambah tinggi dan menjadi solusi bagi pelanggan kami. Membangun kerjasama bisnis yang saling menguntungkan antar stakeholder dan berkomitmen mendukung pembangunan infrastruktur di Indonesia. Setiap hari, sejak matahari terbit hingga terbenam, seluruh tim Propandraya siap bertugas melayani pelanggan melalui kantor cabang, distributor, Propan Service Center, dan Propan Inspiration Center yang tersebar di seluruh Nusantara. Didukung oleh pusat penelitian yang modern, proses quality control yang cermat, fasilitas produksi dengan state-of-the-art technology, satu-satunya di Asia Pasifik yang memproduksi cat ramah lingkungan berbasis air, dan mesin tinting pertama di Indonesia yang terintegrasi dengan aplikasi mobile yang dikembangkan sendiri oleh tim Propan. Semangat Propandraya dalam pengembangan talenta hadir dalam program pelatihan dan sertifikasi pekerja harian lepas guna meningkatkan kemandirian dan kesejahteraan. Kami percaya pengembangan kualitas sumber daya manusia adalah kunci lahirnya inovasi. Propandraya juga berinisiatif menyemarakan kota-kota dengan goresan kreativitas yang menginspirasi senyuman penduduknya. Kami juga dipercaya merevitalisasi kota tua Jakarta yang merupakan saksi sejarah bangsa dengan cat khusus untuk tetap teguh sepanjang masa. Rangkaian inovasi produk, model bisnis, dan berbagai kegiatan sosial yang terintegrasi dengan strategi bisnis perusahaan telah melahirkan berbagai penghargaan yang menjadi bukti kualitas dan kredibilitas Propandraya. Seni dan budaya adalah jati diri kita. Dalam era pembangunan modern, Propandraya sungguh peduli terhadap kontinuitas identitas bangsa yang kami jelma setiap tahunnya menjadi sayembara arsitektur Nusantara. Atas kepeduliannya, Propandraya dinobatkan oleh Menteri Pariwisata Republik Indonesia sebagai lokomotif arsitektur Nusantara. Propandraya berinovasi tanpa henti untuk negeri.
Imaginez la forme de la boîte crânienne, son épaisseur, sa dureté. Comparez le plan mental à une scène de théâtre sur laquelle évoluent des personnages. Ce sont les images, les pensées, les pensées, les pensées. Ordonnez à ces acteurs de se retirer et conservez une seule image. Installez-vous dans cette pensée et que ce moment, vous cessez de faire et commencez à être.
Kali ini aku mau ngasih tahu review produk terbaru yang baru aja dikeluarin dari area outdoor clear.
Jadi ini jenis ular yang mematikan, maka dia lebih mematikan daripada ular kobra. Ini bagus untuk tiang atau kerangka bivak. Ya.
Terinspirasi dari kucingnya, seorang musisi yang tak pernah sukses bikin lagu dan viral. Disiulin sama peternak sapi yang bikin susunya banyak, dijual online, laku keras, diminum sama gamer yang menang kompetisi, dia bikin dance, viral. Seorang tukang kecil juga nyariin, dia diajak main film. Dan filmnya laku keras. Buka semua peluang.
Indonesia indah dan berwarna dalam keragaman budaya dan pembangunan bangsa. Terbentang dari ibu kota hingga batas desa, dari bangunan tinggi sampai karya seni, jadilah saksi dari inovasi negeri. Selamat datang di dunia Proban, karya nyata putra bangsa. Menjadi perusahaan kelas dunia yang paling inovatif dalam bidang cat dan kimia bangunan adalah visi kami. Proban Raya berkomitmen untuk selalu menyediakan produk bernilai tambah tinggi dan menjadi solusi bagi pelanggan kami. Membangun kerjasama bisnis yang saling menguntungkan antar stakeholder dan berkomitmen mendukung pembangunan infrastruktur di Indonesia. Setiap hari, sejak matahari terbit hingga terbenam, seluruh tim Proban Raya siap bertugas melayani pelanggan melalui kantor cabang, distributor, Proban Service Center, dan Proban Inspiration Center yang tersebar di seluruh Nusantara. Didukung oleh pusat penelitian yang modern, proses quality control yang cermat, fasilitas produksi dengan state-of-the-art technology, satu-satunya di Asia Pasifik yang memproduksi cat ramah lingkungan berbasis air, dan mesin tinting pertama di Indonesia yang terintegrasi dengan aplikasi mobile yang dikembangkan sendiri oleh tim Proban. Semangat Proban Raya dalam pengembangan talenta hadir dalam program pelatihan dan sertifikasi pekerja harian lepas guna meningkatkan kemandirian dan kesejahteraan. Kami percaya pengembangan kualitas sumber daya manusia adalah kunci lahirnya inovasi. Proban Raya juga berinisiatif menyemarakan kota-kota dengan goresan kreativitas yang menginspirasi senyuman penduduknya. Kami juga dipercaya merevitalisasi kota tua Jakarta yang merupakan saksi sejarah bangsa dengan cat khusus untuk tetap teguh sepanjang masa. Rangkaian inovasi produk, model bisnis, dan berbagai kegiatan sosial yang terintegrasi dengan strategi bisnis perusahaan telah melahirkan berbagai penghargaan yang menjadi bukti kualitas dan kredibilitas Ropan Raya. Seni dan budaya adalah jati diri kita. Dalam era pembangunan modern, Ropan Raya sungguh peduli terhadap kontinuitas identitas bangsa yang kami jelma setiap tahunnya menjadi sayembara arsitektur Nusantara. Atas kepeduliannya, Ropan Raya dinobatkan oleh Menteri Pariwisata Republik Indonesia sebagai lokomotif arsitektur Nusantara. Ropan Raya berinovasi tanpa henti untuk negeri.
Imaginez la forme de la boîte crânienne, son épaisseur, sa dureté. Comparez le plan mental à une scène de théâtre sur laquelle évoluent des personnages. Ce sont les images, les pensées. Ordonnez à ces acteurs de se retirer et conservez une seule image. Installez-vous dans cette pensée et de ce moment, vous cessez de faire et commencez à être.
Kali ini aku mau ngasih tahu review produk terbaru yang baru aja dikeluarin dari Are Outdoor Gear.
Jadi ini jenis ular yang mematikan, maka dia lebih mematikan daripada ular kobra. Ini bagus untuk tiang atau kerangka bivak. Ya.
Terinspirasi dari kucingnya, seorang musisi yang tak pernah sukses bikin lagu dan viral. Disiulin sama peternak sapi yang bikin susunya banyak, dijual online, laku keras, diminum sama gamer yang menang kompetisi, dia bikin dance, viral. Seorang tukang kecil juga nariin, dia diajak main film. Dan filmnya laku keras. Buka semua peluang.
Indonesia indah dan berwarna dalam keragaman budaya dan pembangunan bangsa. Terbentang dari ibu kota hingga batas desa, dari bangunan tinggi sampai karya seni, jadilah saksi dari inovasi negeri. Selamat datang di dunia Proban, karya nyata putra bangsa. Menjadi perusahaan kelas dunia yang paling inovatif dalam bidang cat dan kimia bangunan adalah visi kami. Proban Raya berkomitmen untuk selalu menyediakan produk bernilai tambah tinggi dan menjadi solusi bagi pelanggan kami. Membangun kerjasama bisnis yang saling menguntungkan antar stakeholder dan berkomitmen mendukung pembangunan infrastruktur di Indonesia. Setiap hari, sejak matahari terbit hingga terbenam, seluruh tim Proban Raya siap bertugas melayani pelanggan melalui kantor cabang, distributor, Proban Service Center, dan Proban Inspiration Center yang tersebar di seluruh Nusantara. Didukung oleh pusat penelitian yang modern, proses quality control yang cermat, fasilitas produksi dengan state-of-the-art technology, satu-satunya di Asia Pasifik yang memproduksi cat ramah lingkungan berbasis air, dan mesin tinting pertama di Indonesia yang terintegrasi dengan aplikasi mobile yang dikembangkan sendiri oleh tim Proban. Semangat Proban Raya dalam pengembangan talenta hadir dalam program pelatihan dan sertifikasi pekerja harian lepas guna meningkatkan kemandirian dan kesejahteraan. Kami percaya pengembangan kualitas sumber daya manusia adalah kunci lahirnya inovasi. Proban Raya juga berinisiatif menyemarakan kota-kota dengan goresan kreativitas yang menginspirasi senyuman penduduknya. Kami juga dipercaya merevitalisasi kota tua Jakarta yang merupakan saksi sejarah bangsa dengan cat khusus untuk tetap teguh sepanjang masa. Rangkaian inovasi produk, model bisnis, dan berbagai kegiatan sosial yang terintegrasi dengan strategi bisnis perusahaan telah melahirkan berbagai penghargaan yang menjadi bukti kualitas dan kredibilitas Proban Raya. Seni dan budaya adalah jati diri kita. Dalam era pembangunan modern, Proban Raya sungguh peduli terhadap kontinuitas identitas bangsa yang kami jelma setiap tahunnya menjadi sayembara arsitektur Nusantara. Atas kepeduliannya, Proban Raya dinobatkan oleh Menteri Pariwisata Republik Indonesia sebagai lokomotif arsitektur Nusantara. Proban Raya berinovasi tanpa henti untuk negeri.
Imaginez la forme de la boîte crânienne, son épaisseur, sa dureté. Comparez le plan mental à une scène de théâtre sur laquelle évoluent des personnages. Ce sont les images, les pensées, les pensées. Ordonnez à ces acteurs de se retirer et conservez une seule image. Installez-vous dans cette pensée et de ce moment, vous cessez de faire et commencez à être.
Kali ini aku mau ngasih tahu review produk terbaru yang baru aja dikeluarin dari area outdoor clear.
Jadi ini jenis ular yang mematikan, maka dia lebih mematikan daripada ular kobra. Ini bagus untuk tiang atau kerangka bivak. Ya.
Terinspirasi dari kucingnya, seorang musisi yang tak pernah sukses bikin lagu dan viral. Disiulin sama peternak sapi yang bikin susunya banyak, dijual online, laku keras, diminum sama gamer yang menang kompetisi, dia bikin dance, viral. Seorang tukang kecil juga nyariin, dia diajak main film. Dan filmnya laku keras. Buka semua peluang.
Indonesia indah dan berwarna dalam keragaman budaya dan pembangunan bangsa. Terbentang dari ibu kota hingga batas desa, dari bangunan tinggi sampai karya seni, jadilah saksi dari inovasi negeri. Selamat datang di dunia Proban, karya nyata putra bangsa. Menjadi perusahaan kelas dunia yang paling inovatif dalam bidang cat dan kimia bangunan adalah visi kami. Proban Raya berkomitmen untuk selalu menyediakan produk bernilai tambah tinggi dan menjadi solusi bagi pelanggan kami. Membangun kerjasama bisnis yang saling menguntungkan antar stakeholder dan berkomitmen mendukung pembangunan infrastruktur di Indonesia. Setiap hari, sejak matahari terbit hingga terbenam, seluruh tim Proban Raya siap bertugas melayani pelanggan melalui kantor cabang, distributor, Propan Service Center, dan Propan Inspiration Center yang tersebar di seluruh Nusantara. Didukung oleh pusat penelitian yang modern, proses quality control yang cermat, fasilitas produksi dengan state-of-the-art technology, satu-satunya di Asia Pasifik yang memproduksi cat ramah lingkungan berbasis air, dan mesin tinting pertama di Indonesia yang terintegrasi dengan aplikasi mobile yang dikembangkan sendiri oleh tim Propan. Semangat Propan Raya dalam pengembangan talenta hadir dalam program pelatihan dan sertifikasi pekerja harian lepas guna meningkatkan kemandirian dan kesejahteraan. Kami percaya pengembangan kualitas sumber daya manusia adalah kunci lahirnya inovasi. Propan Raya juga berinisiatif menyemarakan kota-kota dengan goresan kreativitas yang menginspirasi senyuman penduduknya. Kami juga dipercaya merevitalisasi kota tua Jakarta yang merupakan saksi sejarah bangsa dengan cat khusus untuk tetap teguh sepanjang masa. Rangkaian inovasi produk, model bisnis, dan berbagai kegiatan sosial yang terintegrasi dengan strategi bisnis perusahaan telah melahirkan berbagai penghargaan yang menjadi bukti kualitas dan kredibilitas Propan Raya. Seni dan budaya adalah jati diri kita. Dalam era pembangunan modern, Propan Raya sungguh peduli terhadap kontinuitas identitas bangsa yang kami jelma setiap tahunnya menjadi sayembara arsitektur Nusantara. Atas kepeduliannya, Propan Raya dinobatkan oleh Menteri Pariwisata Republik Indonesia sebagai lokomotif arsitektur Nusantara. Propan Raya berinovasi tanpa henti untuk negeri.
Imaginez la forme de la boîte crânienne, son épaisseur, sa dureté. Comparez le plan mental à une scène de théâtre sur laquelle évoluent des personnages. Ce sont les images, les pensées, les pensées, les pensées. Ordonnez à ces acteurs de se retirer et conservez une seule image. Installez-vous dans cette pensée et que ce moment, vous cessez de faire et commencez à être.
Kali ini aku mau ngasih tahu review produk terbaru yang baru aja dikeluarin dari area outdoor clear.
Jadi ini jenis ular yang mematikan, maka dia lebih mematikan daripada ular kobra. Ini bagus untuk tiang atau kerangka beaver. Ya.
Terinspirasi dari kucingnya, seorang musisi yang tak pernah sukses bikin lagu dan viral. Disiulin sama peternak sapi yang bikin susunya banyak, dijual online, laku keras, diminum sama gamer yang menang kompetisi, dia bikin dance, viral. Seorang tukang pecel juga nariin, dia diajak main film. Dan filmnya laku keras. Buka semua peluang.
Indonesia indah dan berwarna dalam keragaman budaya dan pembangunan bangsa. Terbentang dari ibu kota hingga batas desa, dari bangunan tinggi sampai karya seni, jadilah saksi dari inovasi negeri. Selamat datang di dunia Proban, karya nyata putra bangsa. Menjadi perusahaan kelas dunia yang paling inovatif dalam bidang cat dan kimia bangunan adalah visi kami. Proban Raya berkomitmen untuk selalu menyediakan produk bernilai tambah tinggi dan menjadi solusi bagi pelanggan kami. Membangun kerjasama bisnis yang saling menguntungkan antar stakeholder dan berkomitmen mendukung pembangunan infrastruktur di Indonesia. Setiap hari, sejak matahari terbit hingga terbenam, seluruh tim Proban Raya siap bertugas melayani pelanggan melalui kantor cabang, distributor, Proban Service Center, dan Proban Inspiration Center yang tersebar di seluruh Nusantara. Didukung oleh pusat penelitian yang modern, proses quality control yang cermat, fasilitas produksi dengan state-of-the-art technology, satu-satunya di Asia Pasifik yang memproduksi cat ramah lingkungan berbasis air, dan mesin tinting pertama di Indonesia yang terintegrasi dengan aplikasi mobile yang dikembangkan sendiri oleh tim Proban. Semangat Proban Raya dalam pengembangan talenta hadir dalam program pelatihan dan sertifikasi pekerja harian lepas guna meningkatkan kemandirian dan kesejahteraan. Kami percaya pengembangan kualitas sumber daya manusia adalah kunci lahirnya inovasi. Proban Raya juga berinisiatif menyemarakan kota-kota dengan goresan kreativitas yang menginspirasi senyuman penduduknya. Kami juga dipercaya merevitalisasi kota tua Jakarta yang merupakan saksi sejarah bangsa dengan cat khusus untuk tetap teguh sepanjang masa. Rangkaian inovasi produk, model bisnis, dan berbagai kegiatan sosial yang terintegrasi dengan strategi bisnis perusahaan telah melahirkan berbagai penghargaan yang menjadi bukti kualitas dan kredibilitas Propan Raya. Seni dan budaya adalah jati diri kita. Dalam era pembangunan modern, Propan Raya sungguh peduli terhadap kontinuitas identitas bangsa yang kami jelma setiap tahunnya menjadi sayembara arsitektur Nusantara. Atas kepeduliannya, Propan Raya dinobatkan oleh Menteri Pariwisata Republik Indonesia sebagai lokomotif arsitektur Nusantara. Propan Raya berinovasi tanpa henti untuk negeri.
Imaginez la forme de la boîte crânienne, son épaisseur, sa dureté. Comparez le plan mental à une scène de théâtre sur laquelle évoluent des personnages. Ce sont les images, les pensées, les pensées, les pensées. Ordonnez à ces acteurs de se retirer et conservez une seule image. Installez-vous dans cette pensée et de ce moment, vous cessez de faire et commencez à être.
Kali ini aku mau ngasih tahu review produk terbaru yang baru aja dikeluarin dari Are Outdoor Clear.
Jadi ini jenis ular yang mematikan, maka dia lebih mematikan daripada ular kobra. Ini bagus untuk tiang atau kerangka beaver. Ya.
Terinspirasi dari kucingnya, seorang musisi yang tak pernah sukses bikin lagu dan viral. Disiulin sama peternak sapi yang bikin susunya banyak, dijual online, laku keras, diminum sama gamer yang menang kompetisi, dia bikin dance, viral. Seorang tukang pecel juga nariin, dia diajak main film. Dan filmnya laku keras. Buka semua peluang.
Indonesia indah dan berwarna dalam keragaman budaya dan pembangunan bangsa. Terbentang dari ibu kota hingga batas desa, dari bangunan tinggi sampai karya seni, jadilah saksi dari inovasi negeri. Selamat datang di dunia Proban, karya nyata putra bangsa. Menjadi perusahaan kelas dunia yang paling inovatif dalam bidang cat dan kimia bangunan adalah visi kami. Proban Raya berkomitmen untuk selalu menyediakan produk bernilai tambah tinggi dan menjadi solusi bagi pelanggan kami. Membangun kerjasama bisnis yang saling menguntungkan antar stakeholder dan berkomitmen mendukung pembangunan infrastruktur di Indonesia. Setiap hari, sejak matahari terbit hingga terbenam, seluruh tim Proban Raya siap bertugas melayani pelanggan melalui kantor cabang, distributor, Proban Service Center, dan Proban Inspiration Center yang tersebar di seluruh Nusantara. Didukung oleh pusat penelitian yang modern, proses quality control yang cermat, fasilitas produksi dengan state-of-the-art technology, satu-satunya di Asia Pasifik yang memproduksi cat ramah lingkungan berbasis air, dan mesin tinting pertama di Indonesia yang terintegrasi dengan aplikasi mobile yang dikembangkan sendiri oleh tim Proban. Semangat Proban Raya dalam pengembangan talenta hadir dalam program pelatihan dan sertifikasi pekerja harian lepas guna meningkatkan kemandirian dan kesejahteraan. Kami percaya pengembangan kualitas sumber daya manusia adalah kunci lahirnya inovasi. Proban Raya juga berinisiatif menyemarakan kota-kota dengan goresan kreativitas yang menginspirasi senyuman penduduknya. Kami juga dipercaya merevitalisasi kota tua Jakarta yang merupakan saksi sejarah bangsa dengan cat khusus untuk tetap teguh sepanjang masa. Rangkaian inovasi produk, model bisnis, dan berbagai kegiatan sosial yang terintegrasi dengan strategi bisnis perusahaan telah melahirkan berbagai penghargaan yang menjadi bukti kualitas dan kredibilitas Proban Raya. Seni dan budaya adalah jati diri kita. Dalam era pembangunan modern, Proban Raya sungguh peduli terhadap kontinuitas identitas bangsa yang kami jelma setiap tahunnya menjadi sayembara arsitektur Nusantara. Atas kepeduliannya, Proban Raya dinobatkan oleh Menteri Pariwisata Republik Indonesia sebagai lokomotif arsitektur Nusantara. Proban Raya berinovasi tanpa henti untuk negeri.
Imaginez la forme de la boîte crânienne, son épaisseur, sa dureté. Comparez le plan mental à une scène de théâtre sur laquelle évoluent des personnages. Ce sont les images, les pensées. Ordonnez à ces acteurs de se retirer et conservez une seule image. Installez-vous dans cette pensée et de ce moment, vous cessez de faire et commencez à être.
ngasih tahu review produk terbaru yang baru aja dikeluarin dari area outdoor clear.
Jadi ini jenis ular yang mematikan, maka dia lebih mematikan daripada ular kobra. Ini bagus untuk tiang atau kerangka bivak. Ya.
Terinspirasi dari kucingnya, seorang musisi yang tak pernah sukses bikin lagu dan viral. Disiulin sama peternak sapi yang bikin susunya banyak, dijual online, laku keras, diminum sama gamer yang menang kompetisi, dia bikin dance, viral. Seorang tukang pucil juga nyariin, dia diajak main film. Dan filmnya laku keras. Buka semua peluang.
Indonesia indah dan berwarna dalam keragaman budaya dan pembangunan bangsa, terbentang dari ibu kota hingga batas desa, dari bangunan tinggi sampai karya seni. Jadilah saksi dari inovasi negeri. Selamat datang di dunia Proban, karya nyata putra bangsa. Menjadi perusahaan kelas dunia yang paling inovatif dalam bidang cat dan kimia bangunan adalah visi kami. Proban Raya berkomitmen untuk selalu menyediakan produk bernilai tambah tinggi dan menjadi solusi bagi pelanggan kami. Membangun kerjasama bisnis yang saling menguntungkan antar stakeholder dan berkomitmen mendukung pembangunan infrastruktur di Indonesia. Setiap hari, sejak matahari terbit hingga terbenam, seluruh tim Proban Raya siap bertugas melayani pelanggan melalui kantor cabang, distributor, Propan Service Center, dan Propan Inspiration Center yang tersebar di seluruh Nusantara. Didukung oleh pusat penelitian yang modern, proses quality control yang cermat, fasilitas produksi dengan state-of-the-art technology, satu-satunya di Asia Pasifik yang memproduksi cat ramah lingkungan berbasis air, dan mesin tinting pertama di Indonesia yang terintegrasi dengan aplikasi mobile yang dikembangkan sendiri oleh tim Propan. Semangat Propan Raya dalam pengembangan talenta hadir dalam program pelatihan dan sertifikasi pekerja harian lepas guna meningkatkan kemandirian dan kesejahteraan. Kami percaya pengembangan kualitas sumber daya manusia adalah kunci lahirnya inovasi. Propan Raya juga berinisiatif menyemarakan kota-kota dengan goresan kreativitas yang menginspirasi senyuman penduduknya. Kami juga dipercaya merevitalisasi kota tua Jakarta yang merupakan saksi sejarah bangsa dengan cat khusus untuk tetap teguh sepanjang masa. Rangkaian inovasi produk, model bisnis, dan berbagai kegiatan sosial yang terintegrasi dengan strategi bisnis perusahaan telah melahirkan berbagai penghargaan yang menjadi bukti kualitas dan kredibilitas Propan Raya. Seni dan budaya adalah jati diri kita. Dalam era pembangunan modern, Propan Raya sungguh peduli terhadap kontinuitas identitas bangsa yang kami jelma setiap tahunnya menjadi sayembara arsitektur Nusantara. Atas kepeduliannya, Propan Raya dinobatkan oleh Menteri Pariwisata Republik Indonesia sebagai lokomotif arsitektur Nusantara. Propan Raya berinovasi tanpa henti untuk negeri.
Imaginez la forme de la boîte crânienne, son épaisseur, sa dureté. Comparez le plan mental à une scène de théâtre sur laquelle évoluent des personnages. Ce sont les images, les pensées, les pensées, les pensées. Ordonnez à ces acteurs de se retirer et conservez une seule image. Installez-vous dans cette pensée et de ce moment, vous cessez de faire et commencez à être.
Kali ini aku mau ngasih tahu review produk terbaru yang baru aja dikeluarin dari area outdoor Clear.
Jadi ini jenis ular yang mematikan, maka dia lebih mematikan daripada ular kobra. Ini bagus untuk tiang atau kerangka bivak. Ya.
Terinspirasi dari kucingnya, seorang musisi yang tak pernah sukses bikin lagu dan viral. Disiulin sama peternak sapi yang bikin susunya banyak, dijual online, laku keras, diminum sama gamer yang menang kompetisi, dia bikin dance, viral. Seorang tukang pecel juga nyariin, dia diajak main film. Dan filmnya laku keras. Buka semua peluang.
Indonesia indah dan berwarna dalam keragaman budaya dan pembangunan bangsa, terbentang dari ibu kota hingga batas desa, dari bangunan tinggi sampai karya seni. Jadilah saksi dari inovasi negeri. Selamat datang di dunia Proban, karya nyata putra bangsa. Menjadi perusahaan kelas dunia yang paling inovatif dalam bidang cat dan kimia bangunan adalah visi kami. Proban Raya berkomitmen untuk selalu menyediakan produk bernilai tambah tinggi dan menjadi solusi bagi pelanggan kami. Membangun kerjasama bisnis yang saling menguntungkan antar stakeholder dan berkomitmen mendukung pembangunan infrastruktur di Indonesia. Setiap hari, sejak matahari terbit hingga terbenam, seluruh tim Proban Raya siap bertugas melayani pelanggan melalui kantor cabang, distributor, Proban Service Center, dan Proban Inspiration Center yang tersebar di seluruh Nusantara. Didukung oleh pusat penelitian yang modern, proses quality control yang cermat, fasilitas produksi dengan state-of-the-art technology, satu-satunya di Asia Pasifik yang memproduksi cat ramah lingkungan berbasis air, dan mesin tinting pertama di Indonesia yang terintegrasi dengan aplikasi mobile yang dikembangkan sendiri oleh tim Proban. Semangat Proban Raya dalam pengembangan talenta hadir dalam program pelatihan dan sertifikasi pekerja harian lepas guna meningkatkan kemandirian dan kesejahteraan. Kami percaya pengembangan kualitas sumber daya manusia adalah kunci lahirnya inovasi. Proban Raya juga berinisiatif menyemarakan kota-kota dengan goresan kreativitas yang menginspirasi senyuman penduduknya. Kami juga dipercaya merevitalisasi kota tua Jakarta yang merupakan saksi sejarah bangsa dengan cat khusus untuk tetap teguh sepanjang masa. Rangkaian inovasi produk, model bisnis, dan berbagai kegiatan sosial yang terintegrasi dengan strategi bisnis perusahaan telah melahirkan berbagai penghargaan yang menjadi bukti kualitas dan kredibilitas Proban Raya. Seni dan budaya adalah jati diri kita. Dalam era pembangunan modern, Ropan Raya sungguh peduli terhadap kontinuitas identitas bangsa yang kami jelma setiap tahunnya menjadi sayembara arsitektur Nusantara. Atas kepeduliannya, Ropan Raya dinobatkan oleh Menteri Pariwisata Republik Indonesia sebagai lokomotif arsitektur Nusantara. Ropan Raya berinovasi tanpa henti untuk negeri.
Imaginez la forme de la boîte crânienne, son épaisseur, sa dureté. Comparez le plan mental à une scène de théâtre sur laquelle évoluent des personnages. Ce sont les images, les pensées, les pensées, les pensées. Ordonnez à ces acteurs de se retirer et conservez une seule image. Installez-vous dans cette pensée et de ce moment, vous cessez de faire et commencez à être.
Kali ini aku mau ngasih tahu review produk terbaru yang baru aja dikeluarin dari area outdoor clear.
Jadi ini jenis ular yang mematikan, maka dia lebih mematikan daripada ular kobra. Ini bagus untuk tiang atau kerangka bivak. Ya.
Terinspirasi dari kucingnya, seorang musisi yang tak pernah sukses bikin lagu dan viral. Disiulin sama peternak sapi yang bikin susunya banyak, dijual online, laku keras, diminum sama gamer yang menang kompetisi, dia bikin dance, viral. Seorang tukang pecel juga nariin, dia diajak main film. Dan filmnya laku keras. Buka semua peluang.
Indonesia indah dan berwarna dalam keragaman budaya dan pembangunan bangsa. Terbentang dari ibu kota hingga batas desa, dari bangunan tinggi sampai karya seni, jadilah saksi dari inovasi negeri. Selamat datang di dunia Proban, karya nyata putra bangsa. Menjadi perusahaan kelas dunia yang paling inovatif dalam bidang cat dan kimia bangunan adalah visi kami. Proban Raya berkomitmen untuk selalu menyediakan produk bernilai tambah tinggi dan menjadi solusi bagi pelanggan kami. Membangun kerjasama bisnis yang saling menguntungkan antar stakeholder dan berkomitmen mendukung pembangunan infrastruktur di Indonesia. Setiap hari, sejak matahari terbit hingga terbenam, seluruh tim Proban Raya siap bertugas melayani pelanggan melalui kantor cabang, distributor, Proban Service Center, dan Proban Inspiration Center yang tersebar di seluruh Nusantara. Didukung oleh pusat penelitian yang modern, proses quality control yang cermat, fasilitas produksi dengan state-of-the-art technology, satu-satunya di Asia Pasifik yang memproduksi cat ramah lingkungan berbasis air, dan mesin tinting pertama di Indonesia yang terintegrasi dengan aplikasi mobile yang dikembangkan sendiri oleh tim Proban. Semangat Proban Raya dalam pengembangan talenta hadir dalam program pelatihan dan sertifikasi pekerja harian lepas guna meningkatkan kemandirian dan kesejahteraan. Kami percaya pengembangan kualitas sumber daya manusia adalah kunci lahirnya inovasi. Proban Raya juga berinisiatif menyemarakan kota-kota dengan goresan kreativitas yang menginspirasi senyuman penduduknya. Kami juga dipercaya merevitalisasi kota tua Jakarta yang merupakan saksi sejarah bangsa dengan cat khusus untuk tetap teguh sepanjang masa. Rangkaian inovasi produk, model bisnis, dan berbagai kegiatan sosial yang terintegrasi dengan strategi bisnis perusahaan telah melahirkan berbagai penghargaan yang menjadi bukti kualitas dan kredibilitas Proban Raya. Seni dan budaya adalah jati diri kita. Dalam era pembangunan modern, Proban Raya sungguh peduli terhadap kontinuitas identitas bangsa yang kami jelma setiap tahunnya menjadi sayembara arsitektur Nusantara. Atas kepeduliannya, Proban Raya dinobatkan oleh Menteri Pariwisata Republik Indonesia sebagai lokomotif arsitektur Nusantara. Proban Raya berinovasi tanpa henti untuk negeri.
Imaginez la forme de la boîte crânienne, son épaisseur, sa dureté. Comparez le plan mental à une scène de théâtre sur laquelle évoluent des personnages. Ce sont les images, les pensées, les pensées, les pensées. Ordonnez à ces acteurs de se retirer et conservez une seule image. Installez-vous dans cette pensée et que ce moment, vous cessez de faire et commencez à être.
Kali ini aku mau ngasih tahu review produk terbaru yang baru aja dikeluarin dari area outdoor clear.
Jadi ini jenis ular yang mematikan, maka dia lebih mematikan daripada ular kobra. Ini bagus untuk tiang atau kerangka beaver. Ya.
Terinspirasi dari kucingnya, seorang musisi yang tak pernah sukses bikin lagu dan viral. Disiulin sama peternak sapi yang bikin susunya banyak, dijual online, laku keras, diminum sama gamer yang menang kompetisi, dia bikin dance, viral. Seorang tukang pecel juga nyariin, dia diajak main film. Dan filmnya laku keras. Buka semua peluang. Terinspirasi dari kucingnya, seorang musisi yang tak pernah sukses bikin lagu dan viral. Disiulin sama peternak sapi yang bikin susunya banyak, dijual online, laku keras, diminum sama gamer yang menang kompetisi, dia bikin dance, viral. Seorang tukang pecel juga nyariin, dia diajak main film. Dan filmnya laku keras. Buka semua peluang.
Indonesia indah dan berwarna dalam keragaman budaya dan pembangunan bangsa. Terbentang dari ibu kota hingga batas desa, dari bangunan tinggi sampai karya seni. Jadilah saksi dari inovasi negeri. Selamat datang di dunia Proban, karya nyata putra bangsa. Menjadi perusahaan kelas dunia yang paling inovatif dalam bidang cat dan kimia bangunan adalah visi kami. Proban Raya berkomitmen untuk selalu menyediakan produk bernilai tambah tinggi dan menjadi solusi bagi pelanggan kami. Membangun kerjasama bisnis yang saling menguntungkan antar stakeholder dan berkomitmen mendukung pembangunan infrastruktur di Indonesia. Setiap hari, sejak matahari terbit hingga terbenam, seluruh tim Proban Raya siap bertugas melayani pelanggan melalui kantor cabang, distributor, Proban Service Center, dan Proban Inspiration Center yang tersebar di seluruh Nusantara. didukung oleh pusat penelitian yang modern, proses quality control yang cermat, fasilitas produksi dengan state-of-the-art technology, satu-satunya di Asia Pasifik yang memproduksi cat ramah lingkungan berbasis air, dan mesin tinting pertama di Indonesia yang terintegrasi dengan aplikasi mobile yang dikembangkan sendiri oleh tim Propan. Semangat Propan Raya dalam pengembangan talenta hadir dalam program pelatihan dan sertifikasi pekerja harian lepas guna meningkatkan kemandirian dan kesejahteraan. Kami percaya pengembangan kualitas sumber daya manusia adalah kunci lahirnya inovasi. Propan Raya juga berinisiatif menyemarakan kota-kota dengan goresan kreativitas yang menginspirasi senyuman penduduknya. Kami juga dipercaya merevitalisasi kota tua Jakarta yang merupakan saksi sejarah bangsa dengan cat khusus untuk tetap teguh sepanjang masa. Rangkaian inovasi produk, model bisnis, dan berbagai kegiatan sosial yang terintegrasi dengan strategi bisnis perusahaan telah melahirkan berbagai penghargaan yang menjadi bukti kualitas dan kredibilitas Propan Raya. Seni dan budaya adalah jati diri kita. Dalam era pembangunan modern, Propan Raya sungguh peduli terhadap kontinuitas identitas bangsa yang kami jelma setiap tahunnya menjadi sayembara arsitektur Nusantara. Atas kepeduliannya, Propan Raya dinobatkan oleh Menteri Pariwisata Republik Indonesia sebagai lokomotif arsitektur Nusantara. Propan Raya berinovasi tanpa henti untuk negeri.
Thank you and welcome back to the main room. Now we are about to close the event. But before, we would like to remind you that there's a feedback link on the chat column, and we would like you to spend your time a bit for saying your opinions about our event today. And now we would like to announce several winners in today's conference. There are the best paper of Bandung Creative Movement 2021, and there's also the best questions during the keynote speaker sessions, and also there's a little door prize from our committee.
Okay, but first we will start from the fun part. Our committee members already prepared small gift to 4 participants. And thank you very much for your kindness. Since this is a door prize, we selected the winner is by random, and the lucky participants are, first one is Kate Aristotle Warane, and the second is Samson Nurusoli. The third is Siti Hartuti Ningrum, and the fourth is Salsabila Ayunda. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Now, the next one, we have rewards for the best questions during the keynote speaker sessions. And they are, first, Mr. Idar Rasmadi. And the second, Mr. Randy Pandita. And the last, Ms. Dewi Cynthia Pratiwi. Congratulations.
Congratulations. And finally, such a complicated discussion between the committee and member, we finally reached the conclusion who is the best paper. This paper has reached the perfect score, and we are proudly announce that the winner of the best paper for BCM 2021 is Iqbal Prabawa with the title Painting with Algorithms, the Potential for Using the PS programming language for new media artists.
Congratulations. So congratulations for all the winners. Our committee will give you information on the chat box for your following rewards.
With this, we have finished our series of sessions, so the 2021 BCM events will also end. But before that, we will have our last photo sessions. So please, for all of the participants to turn on the camera. We have 3 slides here. We will start from the first slide, okay? 1, 2, 3. Okay, the second slide. 1, 2, 3. And the third slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much.
And we would like to give thanks to our speakers too, Mr. Sheng Hong Lee, Mr. Riksa Belasunda, Mrs. Pianitsa Almar, Mrs. Lia Vilahur, and Mr. Mohamed Lazar. And also our guest speakers from Propan and Telkomsel who gave their time to share during their research experience related to our show today. We also share that the knowledge will be useful for all of us. And last, we would also like to thank the high ranks of Telkom University members who have joined us during all event today.
And the last, we also would like to express our gratitude to all the BCM committees who have this event perfectly. Hopefully, we will see each other soon in the following BCM series next year, not only meet in virtual, but actual present.
Finally, to all participants, good afternoon, have a good day, best wishes to all of you.
Thank
you and goodbye.